should really... put that description thing. Try to get a guesstimation of the videos or the games I'm going to show, but that's okay. Chat is alive. First! Oh snap. The competition is real. Let's take off our bow tie, we're not doing replays yet. Against Slurp. I'm not going to do recon shenanigans. It'll be nice and calm. Collected. The bow tie is reserved for replays, exactly. Yeah, symmetric. You like that? Make it bigger. Ah! Okay, oh my gosh. Stuff happened in this game. Look at my infantry. Attacked my tank. Attacked my tank. Oh my gosh. I used the capping infantry. Okay. Interesting. Okay. How do I do this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This can't reach that tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This guy can. Probably just focus on out. I want to use this guy for this. They probably have to. That's not guaranteed. Either that or these guys. But I guess using the copter for that makes more sense. Let's take this. I want to hit this guy. We're going to hit this guy. Smackaroonie. I guess I did just put a full health infantry in the range of this artillery, which is a little silly, but it's okay. Isn't being captured yet. Here, because we're bringing up our anti-air. So far, nicely. Execution, the city. Retreat to the forest. Anti-air. guy. Sadly, I'm giving Leary the CO power here, but the amount of kills I think is definitely worth it. Overload this artillery a tiny bit. I think it matters if I'm in the forest or not. Technically has a little more coverage. You into this forest. Back. You up. Don't attack. Check and move you. Go up to this city. Up. Capture. Pressure over here. Six. Perfect. I can just hang out in these woods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. Actually, I like this more than for the potential anti-air. Does kind of volunteer myself for a first strike from this tank. Maybe somehow gets vision. I like covering this copter. No, it's in anti-air range or artillery range. Okay, maybe not. Nah, I still do. And then just keep up our copter production. Grab another tank. Pretty good. Leary's gonna get normal power here. We'll see what they can do with it. Being down on recon's help hurts them a lot. We'll see if I can keep up the pressure on all of their infantry. Times 1.9 is the best game window size. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Anyone here I need to take first? Sadly, it doesn't work for every game, every map. There we go. This one is times 1.9, so that's good. My mech survived. So I could try and dive in here, interrupt this cap, and then also try and kill off all of these infantry. Sadly, this anti-air kind of ruins all my plans. Oh god, the colors. Yeah, yeah. I think this is not that bad. I can still dive in. The idea being that this tank is the one that's stopping me from interrupting this capture. But if I attack in here, kill the infantry, I block the way for the tank. And if I use the mech to kill this infantry, one of these vehicles kind of has to hit the mech, otherwise the mech hits the artillery. If I get this interrupt, The anti-air won't. Well, actually, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess it can reach there. I was thinking it wouldn't be able to reach because you're beyond the city and here, but it can wrap around. Although my tank does also move forward. Doesn't kill right. Can also be in danger of getting surrounded, which isn't great. The other thing I could do is just block the way over here. Also, break this with the tank. 5. Bring my artillery forward. 5. I'm gonna go here. The artillery is staring at each other. Probably a little too aggressive. Just a tad. Yeah, I get a lot of games where I have both comm towers. I've got that comm tower pressure down. That's a lot of infantry. Falling back might be the right call. I'll also just put my tank here on the city. My mech here, strike, party here, tank here. It doesn't get involved. This guy gets involved, so maybe able to go infantry, arty, kill. Tank hits my artillery. Hit back. The artillery doesn't do it. Another tank gets it. It's not a great trade for me infantry-wise because I'm just killing off these stats. Had 2 more infantry deaths. Isn't great. Get the tank coverage. Yeah, artillery coverage. I guess I could also cover my tank. Get to bring in a mech the next turn. Ladder kind of thing for sure. I don't think I really lose anything falling back. Just move the artillery here. And it looks like they'll go for this city. They'll have to use a vehicle, then come in with their artillery to cover it. It's not great. It's also not great. It'll be mainly the bottom tank going in to fight over this. Well, if we get into a fight in the middle, I think just end up doing better, which is the base. I think take these two. Not bring the artillery out yet. I don't know. Very weirdly, it does not tell me the name of the songs that play. It just plays them. I have a folder with a bunch of songs in it. I've tried to set it up so it will tell me what it's playing, and it just doesn't like to. I have to like play it through a different system, and then its quality goes down tremendously. Is it really called 666? There's an extension that tells you what song's playing in your tab? What's the extension? Hopefully I can maybe use it for this. Really want to attack. I don't think it's quite time. Yeah. Surround's a little too scary, so I guess. I'm just gonna back up you on the city. Yeah, we'll let you tank out, back down on this forest. Tanky out. Have our one shot. Aha, music song finder. Okay. And then, where do I want to build mechs from? From here or here? 2, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dropping off on that mountain seems nice. I guess I could always go here. Here. It's unfortunate to make so many vehicles. But it's okay. For now. I don't really need to lock this down anymore. Tree. Spend. Well, I'm still going to lock it down, but infantry have to spend turns approaching it. There. 2, 3, 6. Really want the English free shots. Okay.
Access granted.
How much damage with that? Okay. Right, poor artillery in the woods. Get me down probably to 5. This guy would take up to kill. So I can move this infantry away if I want. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. I kind of ignore this. Good with that? And stay here. Or check up here. We'll patiently wait for the vehicles to catch up. The FFA, do you guys just draw? Guys, that's not how you play an FFA. They just drew. No, you guys don't understand how you play an FFA. Oh my gosh. Oh no. First you cheat and then you draw it. Okay, I understand. No, you cheated. You guys communicated over Discord to make it faster and more efficient. I mean, I'm not gonna like... You're not in trouble for cheating. It's just, it is cheating. What's joining? Where'd the sub go? Did I miss it move? Where did it go? And then you guys didn't even play the FFA, you made it into a team game. I just moved back. Okay. 1. Lots of really nice targets here. I think my powers. Six. I care about hitting this one. Do I want to try and hit 5? Kill the 5 health. It's hard. I want to hit the 5 health one after you go this way. I guess I can also. Right? You guys can't see the damage calcs. $60 to 69, 42 to 48. They do the same. No, they don't. Okay. Sub hits for more. I could do that if I want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sadly, I don't reach these coppers with this guy. It makes more sense than to wrap around this way and just have you... Why can't I shoot? There. Just have you shoot this guy. This is what I do though. Oh, this guy can kill me. Just kill this guy. Then I have to use my power before I do that. I can just shoot it like this. Better. This battleship's it's not staring at me. We'll do that. Have this strike available. Probably just go after the copter. We have 48. I'm really concerned about all of the shots coming in over here. If I use fighter up here, I think I will. Then definitely killing this. Damn it. This. We don't get caught on the sub. For some reason I was like, I should save this for after I use my power. But this is gonna get me a lot of power. With this. Then I have a choice of either double tapping this or killing the cruiser. Ambitions. Can be healed up to. That's okay. I think I care about these guys. Strike this down to 1. I'd prefer to kill it and not take it. Which means we're doing this. That doesn't kill until I repair it all the way. Go down. Down. E. There you go. Start capping that again. Oh, interesting. So I don't actually have my power here. But I'm wondering if I would even want to use it. I think I can just accept the the death of this battleship and get my super in the next turn. In which case we just go for this attack. Does cover or it does cover? Could use my power here. Sadly, this infantry can't. Probably gonna hit my fighter pretty hard. Which is understandable. It has been quite the pain for my opponent to deal with. Probably just need to get my artillery in place to help fight this stuff off. There isn't really much of a threat down here anymore. Make landing a little harder. Stop the sub from sneaking through. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for my super. It's more efficient. And if my opponent wants to keep building battleships here, then they're very much welcome to. Back. Go grab another fighter. Served me well. One, two, three, four, five, six. My poor. He can take while he heals up. No. If it's a FFA, you can have temporary alliances. You cannot have a team game. That goes against FFA. You have to turn on each other at the end. There can only be one winner in an FFA. You may say it's more stally, but that's what an FFA is. I mean, you're the one that has to live in shame of cheating in an FFA. If you can live with yourself, then you can live with yourself. You feel absolutely no shame. Ah, you should. Red Halo would scorn you. You went the fastest way possible without breaking your word to anyone. I mean, you could have just done everyone draws, if that's what you wanted. I'm gonna start storming the front here. After I'll have a lot of infantry. Do. No. This isn't like diplomacy. Diplomacy has rules for that kind of thing. You can indeed do a weird team stuff in diplomacy. What I can do is just move you back. Forward now. Brave infantry. The mantle of free-for-all shame is not an easy mark to live with. Yeah, it will haunt you. In other free-for-all games you go into, everyone will know. And the question is, do I care about this? Probably not. Ah! Under attack! I see that in my... That's true, the FFA is over. So I think I just accept the comm tower going down. Like the champ I am. We're gonna go for not a comm tower denying game this time. I know. Very rare for me. What happened here? Looks like the recon just stuck around and finished me off. Another recon. Zoomed on past. Sure. Do our best. Ah. How did I do the same damage? It had 6 health instead. Could definitely do more damage. Okay, so we saw. Six, probably. Very boldly. Here, and we'll cover this. If it doesn't actually cover, I should have covered here. Because I can go here. It's totally not weird move. This capture. If I want to not really gonna get these rounds, so we will do this very awkward movement here. That totally doesn't give away the location of my artillery. The horny bots are watching. That's right, this is the Sami game. Brazenly get a T-copter in the face of this recon. No fear. We're just gonna go sit here. So, set up. Captures. Oh no. Whoops. I realized after I moved there. that the reason it couldn't move here before was because I was in the way. It's okay. Mistakes were made. This game. Capture, capture. Charge. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I don't quite reach the harbor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's okay. Still a lot of pressure. Question is, do I build an infantry now? Probably. You need to get some of these captures. Ha! Dare you to build another infantry. Hello. Hello, Laser Crusader. Okay. A5 has a lot of tanks. A lot of tanks, okay. Well, I'll take this city. Just take this city. I would like to take that city, but I think instead I'll... Just try and kill off some tanks, I guess. I should join the practice game. I've just been so busy. I haven't even taken my other tournament turns. Capture. Well, I think we take our shots. Probably just finish this off and put a medium tank there. How many things did I see? Seven tanks. Tanks. I have a great way of revealing this. Chopper. Chopper over here. Hit me. I kind of like flushing out the Air Force with this guy. How much damage would do a lot. That there is no doubt. Fairly even. Problem is the missiles have been wrecking me so much. Let's try and get some copters or something out of the woodwork. Put my artillery here, force out the guy in force. Yeah. Sup, peeps? I'm fighting someone with a ton of tanks. I have a decent number of tanks. Being 2. One of which is at 1 HP. Maybe not that decent. Just double tanking the Neo tank next turn. Does that work? Save 6,000. That's work. Here. Six. Okay. Play with fire a little bit here. I think it's okay. Okay, Genesis. Is no problem. Seems fine. Tell JJ to make the final map, the one Talus has lost on the most. Sure, you know, I'll take that. I'll take that. Ooh, I'm in trouble here. Outnumbered. Like, that's not gonna work. I'm not really in that much trouble. Our original plan was anti-air kills this, and with infantry that I can block with tank and copter, but that doesn't work. It's here, and I can't block the city with with a tank because this is against max. Go for this. We'll back up pretty soon, but for now we can be pretty decent. Triple tank, which is kind of scary. It's mostly just kind of scary. Make this bigger. Yeah, I can't go anti-air infantry and then tank on city because this is max. So these two tanks will just kill you. With max mac. That third one will follow up. probably just have to sacrifice the delay. Amazing. Bringing the fight so close to my base is really nice. Maybe just a bit more stability. Medium tank doesn't quite have the range I need it to have. How to set this up. I guess I do go back here. I was planning on doing a double hit here. Just a little infantry brawl, but there's way too many infantry for that. Read. Go for this. Debatably, I should just go straight. Oh. Got the 2 damage, but didn't get the survival on the end. That would have been... I mean, it would have just died, but would have been quite the high roll. I think it's really well placed. Anti-air is kind of... actually reaches here. How rude. I have to lose the city. Not great. one could say. Yo. I think we just have to do load strats. That guy gets. Did I see the screenshot you sent today? I think I did. That you're still alive? Still alive! Still looking rough, but you do have that unit count going for you. One, two, I guess I can just be full on surround this, but I guess I'll force. Which I'm not super happy about. One could say. Yeah, this guy should have been down. Such is the way of things. Lots of vehicle hits coming in. We'll see if I'm able to get some punishes in. I definitely wouldn't follow what I'm doing. It's not looking too good. How greedy am I to try and get that corner city? Pretty greedy. I'll just wait till I have big boy. Cash in on the infantry movements eventually. This is the big boy game. We get the big units. Just perfectly makes it into the forest. Shame. Won't go for that city then. Just chill next to the other recon. We'll be good recon friends. Lots of recons for our beefy boys. Is that all of them? That is all of them. Oh. Ghost took their turn just now. Okay. Imagine they dropped off the tank. Probably still worth going for the interrupt though. Let's take our capture and take our capture. The little boat ride. Aha! Oh, that sadly doesn't actually block. Take you out. Interrupt going there. Great follow-up interrupt. Middle. Seems decent. I'm 100% expecting to lose this stuff, but I should win the middle here. And maybe my lander can sneak through. Go rescue this guy. Okay, time to move on to replays. Actually got through in less than 2 hours, guys. I've been staring at the screen for a little bit there. Thank God. You got tired of watching me stare at the screen, trying to puzzle my way through games. It's tough. It's tough. Oh, Lord Frogneros, you're right. Please switch back to that. I totally forgot. Okay. We've got a tier 4 game on Shoal C. Who should we play? Play Adder, Grimm, Jake, Jess, Cole, or Sami? Shoal C being this map. Got one for Jess. Got two for Jess. Got one for Adder. Got two for Adder. Lord Frogneros is already locked in. It's okay. We got one for Sami. Lord Frogneros, you can even vote. Who do you want to fight? Not Sami. Jess is adequate. Okay, we have 3 for Jess, 3 for Adder. You guys really like going for these ties. Oh, that's 4 for Jess. It's bros. Okay. Going 3, 2, 1. Jess. My turn in that game. Oh, you're Sami. Look away, look away. You can't know these. You can't know this amazing turn I'm doing. Oof. Poor Frogneros. Sami vs. Jess is rough. Could have been a Sami mirror. Okay, let's do. We're starting with this game, which actually really quickly see if. The map got remade. I guess I could try deleting this and see what happens. Delete this, and then. Boots. We'll see what happens by doing that. Nope, that's okay. So as we can see, the map was changed after this game was played. However, Walker, who is the person who made the map, then changed the map back, but I can't get the map to re-update in the replay viewer for some reason. So this is going to be mostly accurate. The buildings are in the right spots. This would be a river, not a pipe. There'd be a forest here. But for the most part, we should be able to play, follow the game. This map does not look balanced at all. Literally FTA. This is High Funds. This was in the High Funds Discord tournament. Myself playing as Sami against atrueboss playing as Andy. So I assume atrueboss chose Andy. Actually, I'll let them know that I'm covering the game right now in case they want to jump in. Covering the game now if you want to jump in. So I assume they chose Andy because Andy is the probably the best pick. Yeah, because I didn't notice how the penguin was doing. You can tell when I type exactly. Andy is probably the best pick here. Andy's really strong in High Funds. You get your big units, they fight, and you heal them all up, and you get lots of value from that. Andy also just benefits greatly from having those vehicle-heavy army, which is something you really want in High Funds. Where Sami is the exact opposite, always wants to have infantry so that actually has powers. I chose I chose Sami in this match because I saw a really sneaky black boat play where I would feint going for this little island and then zoom up and take their airport. That was why I chose Sami, was to try and get a really sick airport steal with the increased movement on the black boats. It's definitely a very big risk, but I thought it'd be something that would be unexpected. But yeah, if this comes down to just a straight up brawl, then I'd be in a lot of trouble because Andy's a lot better in fights than Sami is. And you can see I'm very much forced to go for the base. I mean, you'd always go for your base first, but they actually get to own the base right away. So if I, for some reason, decided not to go for this capture, it would be detrimental. There is only one lab per player on this map, and it's slightly exposed, so that's also something going in my favor. And also going in Andy's favor. Andy's also very capable of getting those lab captures with the super healing up 5 HP before finishing the capture. And on this map, there's some very contested middle cities that I'll try to go for very early, and the comm towers are fairly harassable. Oh. Did Demon Hunter respond? Basically, load the replay in the replay viewer. It always saves the maps. If you need a newer version, you can right-click on the replay to go to the storage folder. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if I can do this. But I will quickly transition scene, and we'll see if we can do this. Just fix the map here. You can right-click on the replay to go to the storage folder. Sure. Then move / delete the map with the right ID. Need an older version. Okay. All right, let's see if I can just drag it in again. Did not work. didn't work. That's okay. We can just continue as is. Oh, evil penguin. Please stand by. Yeah, what am I plotting indeed? Okay. Okay. There's also some of these like islands that you have a pre-owned city, so it's always very threatening if your opponent goes for those. Take stuff from you, that'll hurt. There's a swap of income. The harbor is pretty much mandatory as the first capture from these bases because there's an airport right here. Yeah, there'd be a forest here. This isn't a pipe; it's a river, and there's some other stuff. But I don't think there's any. We're not going to see any illegal movements in this game. The labs do look very exposed, which helps me a lot. As Sami, so as you can see here, AWBW is going to go for this harbor right away, and so will I. And I know that I cannot beat AWBW in... Hello! I cannot beat AWBW in a straight-up brawl, so I'm going to try and go for some of these very contested properties really early, so I don't have to try and fight for them, and that's why I go for this APC right away. Also, AWBW should probably have gotten a recon or something. It's a tank. You can see the black boat is going to be very important. Hey, look at us getting our boosts. I don't think that boost actually mattered. Other than it needed to be moved forward to get to the city. I will also go for this black boat, and we have a city skip because I want to get for these much more contested properties, and I can always get this one later. AWBW's tank will not stop me from getting my city. Neither will this recon. It's just a little too late. Go for some of these back caps. Arguably, I could have moved forward some more. Probably should have with this one and just let this guy eventually chain into this capture. And now I start getting some tanks because I'm going to need to defend my forward infantry. No. This isn't. The airport cap plan is being initiated now as I have now built my black boat. They're gonna get their airport, and then they're gonna hop on here, and then as long as there's a turn at which they don't build air, I can then zoom on and take it. I go over here to contest, or to try and just take this comm tower / contest it, which is probably a little bit of a mistake. I should just go for these captures. There's a recon on the way. There's no way I can hold that. Yeah, surely he won't build air for at least one turn. Exactly. Okay, recon's on its way to mess with me. Comes over and spends money to repair for this fight. But that's okay because we did both spend money on black boats. I've actually spent 2 on 2 black boats, and that breaks the repair problems. Finish some captures. I'm going to have a nice income lead for a little while here. And I just hit him with this infantry to slow down any captures that might happen in the future. And also, there aren't very many infantry over here, so it's fine. here I do this genius, awful play. I'm supposed to go here so that I can build a mech and hop into the black boat on its way to this harbor and then beyond. But instead I go into this tile, which is the one tile over here that's not on the shoal, so I actually can't hop into it. I'm just that good. So I have a slight change of plan. Luckily I hadn't built the mech yet. So now I get an artillery. And I moved my black boat back here. I'm not quite sure why, because I've built a tank. Would have made more sense to me that I just stick around here. Oh, so I could move over here, I think, and then just have full fuel. But not a very important point. AWBW is just cranking out tanks, trying to put as much pressure on my foot soldier based army as possible. Really should have hit my infantry here. I can only hit back with a single tank, and injured Andy tanks are kind of part of the goal for Andy. And just heal them up. So very fortunately for me, AWBW is being a little cautious with these tanks. Got no fear. And because this tank moves so far to the left, it can't get involved in fighting this infantry. This tank can get involved, but I will actually have enough over here to take out the tank in reprisal. All our tanks together. Surprised I put this guy here. Did I not have a better spot? Oh, I didn't. Okay. It is covered by 2 tanks, so it's not so bad. I did make a Neo tank. Well, welcome to High Funds. Yeah. Well, the whole point is going for the airport's a sneak attack. It's supposed to be a sneaky strategy that he doesn't see coming. I mean, this black boat has more important things to do. It has like these captures. It has this capture. Ah! Okay, so they did move this mountain. There we go. We saw an illegal movement. This was not a mountain in the game. Okay. Very interesting that they actually... AWBW decides to bring this infantry down rather than go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I guess can't go straight up here because they're not Sami. He gets a Neo tank in response to my Neo tank, but my Neo tank has no intention of fighting against AWBW's. And this is a really annoying move because I had a nice sneaky route to go for this capture from this range. It's one more. It's the perfect 8 movement that only Sami can do. But AWBW moves this recon onto the shoal and shuts down my aggression over here. Very sad. How good would a CO with Alpine tanks be? Very good. Okay, AWBW is just kind of chilling out in the middle, trying to sustain, or trying to make sure I don't take this property from it. And this Neo tank, I think, is a bit of a mistake because I have no intention of fighting over here. What I want is this lab. This is because this is taking place on a map that's been changed, so some of the terrain is going to mess up like this. This was not a mountain in the game. So I'm going to defend against all these tanks using Sami's mechs, and then I break this pipe seam with the artillery and Neo tank. like so. And now I have my own kind of aggression in the center, but I'm very much staring at this lab. And the longer we don't fight, the happier I am. Because what I ideally would have happen is there'd be one big fight, and I get victory march during that fight before any of my infantry have died. I get to take everything. Yeah, so here, I move here to be like, I really want to go here, I really want to go here, but my real threat was to go up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I thought about building a fighter to deter an air unit, but then I was like, no, if I buy a fighter, Andy will just buy a fighter. So my sneaky attack has been thwarted. Here, AWBW is going to get this city now. Secured it with a lot of tanks. And now most of the tanks have switched over to this side. But the nice thing about tanks is that they kind of get destroyed by Neotank and Bomber, even if it's Sami's. So I have a nice little formation here where if the tanks attack, they're going to get absolutely annihilated by the artillery, by the bombers, by the Neotank. And because so many of them have swapped over here, you can see I'm doing some nice walling here. This wall has a mountain, which is impassable for tanks. Very nice. And the other side is the other side is just ocean, so tanks can't deal with that. And then over here I have an infantry on the comm tower, which is relatively weak, but the artillery is covering it. And here I block the black boat. I'm not quite sure why. I think I'm just trying to keep AWBW's attention on this shoal, and hopefully, if they ever don't build an airport unit, I will snag their airport. Moving up here. So I'm like, I could do it. And AWBW just falls back a little bit. Just a little infantry wall, which I don't really recommend at high funds. The Neotank comes to join fighting against my Neotank, but I have a bomber here, so AWBW likes the idea of a bomber. I probably would get a fighter in AWBW's situation. But very sad for me. This is blocking my airport snipe. Okay. And then to be aggressive on me, there's some tanks kind of staring at me. But I've got a mech, a tank, and an artillery, so I'm totally fine down here. I get to bring in another mech, another tank. Mechs are usually not great in high funds, but I mean they're Sami mechs, and they're just fighting tanks right now. He just bombed the black boat. Yeah, I think the black boat moves out of bombing range. Does an Andy battleship stop the airport cap? Probably. Oh, you mean moving this black boat over? But I think, yeah, could have done that. I think I can build a carrier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I can build a carrier. Anyway, so I go in for this attack because infantry are nice and juicy, and they get in my way. And again, this is going to be another nice case of using walls. So once I've finished my attack, gotten a tank kill and an infantry kill, right? Yeah. Okay, so if we look at this wall, like, again, what you always want to look at is the corners or the ends. So in this one, there's a bomber, and there's the anti-air can't reach. So this is an impossible to break corner. This is a Neo-Tank on the city. That's also going to be an impossible to break corner. And then down here, we have a mountain. And then a transport copter, which is also impossible to break without this anti-air coming in. So it's kind of a curvy wall. You can't break a mountain unless you're my tanks, yeah. And then down here, I get to bring my artillery forward, and then the Black Bow gets to also make a nice little wall. I'll bring the mechs back so that they're covering each other over here. There's also a forest here. Not that you can see it. And then the tank's covering. And then the tank's covering. I got lots and lots of coverage going on. All of these infantry are being covered by this artillery. The anti-air is covering all of this in case the bomber wants to get involved. Andy could go for this Neo-Tank hit, but I do have the bomber to finish it off. And I do think the Neo-Tank hit would be advantageous in comparison to what happens. But it's not a great hit for Andy to go for. Andy could make a carrier, that's true. Alright. Atrueboss breaks in over here. And sends the Neo-Tank away from my attack. Really wanted to put the pressure on my lab. And I guess didn't really trust that I had strong defenses over here. Poor APC. Then this is a really weird play. Just runs away and then builds a battleship. So this is probably in reaction to my Neo-Tank coming in and just picking off a tank. And the Atrueboss is like, no. What's going to happen is I'm going to take your lab, and then you can't keep picking off my units because you'll be, fighting in range of a battleship. Is what I assume Atrueboss was thinking. And that is true. Now if I go after any of these tanks, I get shot and taken out. And then these anti-airs will be able to come after my bombers. And then down here I am under quite a bit of pressure. And then here, on this turn, battleship going to give a ton of charge. Yeah. On this turn I make a really, really bad mistake. I actually make a few. But this move, finishing this capture, potentially costs me the game. Because now I can't use... Basically, instead of finishing this capture, I needed to, I believe, load and then unload for free right here. As we'll see as the turn develops. I get to kill off a bunch of these infantry. My mechs, I get to do a nice sacrificial hit. I get to pick out this tank. And now I'm fighting in the range of my bases, basically, so this is really good. And this carrier buy is not great. The idea of the carrier is that if the bomber hits my carrier, I get a ton of charge. If the bomber hits anything else, my carrier takes it out. But the carrier is something that can just be ignored. So it's not a great buy. And then here comes the really scary part of the turn. Which is... There's nothing over here that can deal with this Neo-Tank. And now the Neotank is sitting on the lab. So I can make this little kind of like highway of vehicles. And then threaten with a whole bunch of infantry that are all within 5 tiles of the lab. Which normally against the Victory March threat, which it might not look like I have a Victory March threat, but this is high funds. He could have killed all my infantry, that's right. The reason he can kill all my infantry is because this infantry is not here. If it was here, then I'm pretty sure he can't quite kill all my infantry. But the threat here is that I have a lot of units over here. There's no way to clear this Neotank off of this lab. There's no way to deal with this bomber either. So if it becomes my turn, I can do a whole bunch of sacrifices and then Victory March and just win the game. It doesn't look like I have enough charge, but this is high funds, and I have a lot of stuff I can hit. Yeah. So I have an immediate threat of winning the game next turn. And a true boss sees that and just resigns. Now, as soon as I ended my turn, I saw that all of my infantry could die if a true boss goes grabs super with some like sacrificial attacks down here. The bomber gets +1 movement, so it can kill this infantry. And then all of these guys also have +1 movement. So the anti-air can make it over here, kill this infantry. The tanks can kill some of these tanks. And then I thought that this infantry was going to be like the linchpin, but instead of using the battleship to like kill one of these vehicles, you can use the battleship to hit this infantry and then finish it off with either this infantry or one of these tanks. Did I show a screenshot of it? I know I have a screenshot of it. I can't show you it. Oh yeah, in the tournament page, yeah. DPSI also, at the time, came up with a route that works. So you can see all of the infantry end up dying, and then I can't get the Victory March. It's not like it's really that bad for me, because I do get some really nice kills, vehicle-wise, but I run into the situation of being a Sami with no infantry. Which is really rough. Don't make it worse. Yeah, a true boss after this game rage quit Advanced Wars by Web. He told me it rage quit Advanced Wars by Web for 2 months until his recent return. I can get his comm tower here. This isn't the turn that I came up with. This is the one that DPSI came up with. I don't know if I shared a screenshot of mine. But in mine, I just had a true boss just kill off all the infantry. A true boss is the #1 high fund player. The current #1 high fund player. Maybe you should know that. You can check on the Global League. So, I think the game just got too much into atrueboss's head. There was some mistakes that happened. I had some pretty sharp play with those walls, and then atrueboss saw the setup, saw the threat on the lab, and just resigned the game. But there was an out, yeah. It's not like I instantly lose, but I'm no longer winning, and the game goes on. But yeah, you can see how scary this looks. 4 infantry, all staring at the lab. Good luck, and have fun. This is a threat. And at the same time, part of the problem that the atrueboss ran into is that tried to HQ like race me, as you can see for all this pressure, like the infantry looking at the lab. But you can't really HQ race Sami. I'm sure if we have a high funds rematch, atrueboss will wipe the floor with me. But I'll always get to keep this Sami versus Andy win. Close to my heart. But I was very sad that I never got to use any of the black boat hijinks that I chose the CO for. atrueboss was onto my antics. Will I do the FFA today? I could. Sure. We can do that next. Let's... So we're gonna get to witness some cheating going on. I forgot how to download the replay. The Penguin FFA. So a really important part about an FFA is that it's a free-for-all. It's not a team game. You can have temporary alliances, but you are supposed to actually fight each other. As we see in this map, we have single islands, or players on these single islands. There's Mr. Cannon down here. We have Arctic X9 on this island, and we have me on this island. And the players on the single islands were supposed to choose tier 4 COs. Somehow I accidentally ended up playing Kindle, so I just made sure to never use my power. Sure. You can try doing that, mathblitz. I'll need to change some of these properties. Monitor off. Music. Audio. And then I can call out mathblitz here. Hello, hello. Can everyone on the stream hear mathblitz? Oh. I don't know if people can hear you. They can't hear you. Let's see. It's probably my output here. 1 second. Let's try this. Okay, now try talking.
Hello.
Hey, can you guys hear that?
Ah. I make noises.
You make noises? Okay, they can hear you now.
Okay. Can you share your screen? I think if I try to watch the stream, there'll be like an echo and then also lag.
Sure. Share screen. This one.
Excellent.
Because my stream is still running. Okay. Pause the preview to save your respawn. Sounds good.
Yeah. After the game, I think because I was the one who sent you this map along with the suggested settings. I think I made a mistake. I thought that the islands would have a huge advantage, like the small isolated islands would have a huge advantage over the bigger islands, just because they would be able to build up their funds and armies for a while. But what ended up happening was there's maybe like a 2 to 3 turn like window where you could potentially assault a bigger island, but then after that the little islands were screwed. So if someone wants to try this map in a future FFA, switch it. The big people should have tier 4s and the little islands should have the tier 3s.
The real weakness of the single islands is that their harbors and airports are incredibly exposed.
Yeah, that too also.
And it would be fine to have the lower tiers on the two, on the 2 base islands or 2-player islands if those players actually fought, instead of either timing out or having a scheme to just surrender to the other one.
Well, I think 3 of the bigger islands actually did have significant fights if we just like flip through the replays. Yeah, so everything was like...
Everyone starts with 1 base, so it's a slow start.
At the very start of this game, I made an alliance with Go. Well, it wasn't an alliance, it was a truce.
Yeah.
I worded that very carefully. I wanted to make sure Go didn't just immediately start sending B-boats with infantry towards me, because that would kill me immediately. And I needed to like not... And anytime you're in an FFA, you want to try to make sure you're not fighting on 2 fronts. And as you plan out your alliances later in the game, you always want to make sure that every player has a direction that they're attacking and properties that they can gain. And that the alliances you're making are covering some of your flanks. So yeah.
I make a mistake right away. I should go for this harbor.
Oh yeah, you absolutely should. I think we were the only alliance at the start of the game. As we get towards like turn 8 or 9, I think Cannon and Mr. Kanbei, so pink and the bottom right corner, get into an alliance. And then purple and teal galaxy also get into an alliance with each other.
These two.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I noticed that Mr. Cannon and you and Genesis were definitely in an alliance, because Mr. Cannon shoots me with a missile on the other side of the map to save Genesis.
I can point out the exact moment that happens. That's the alliance.
And I was like, I see what's happening. This is what happens in every FFA I'm in. I definitely expected to die, because that's just always what happens. But usually, I can leverage my death to at least make the game, the FFA, more balanced, because I can kind of sacrifice myself to another player to make it so there isn't just one player that's gonna completely stop everyone. but that was not viable here. There was an FFA I played with Starflash and a bunch of other players, and even with Starflash being one of the players, I was considered the target. It's just unfair, I gotta say.
To be completely honest, the reason why I targeted you was because I was convinced that you were targeting me.
I don't know why I would target you. I'm such a peaceful penguin. You should see some of the FFAs. I'll be like, I'm just not going to attack you, and they'll be like shooting down my planes, and I'm like, no, I'm not attacking you. And they're like, no, I will take you out. I'm like, I'm just a penguin.
So for people walking, initial diplomacy, initial like reaching out between different players happened inside the in-game message board. But as soon as we made an alliance, shared vision of our units with each other, we switched to Discord because we were talking a lot.
Which is cheating.
I disagree.
That's definitely making communication faster and more efficient is definitely cheating. But that's fine.
So on my particular island, Megton being Anya was incredibly annoying. Partially because there was a lot of infantry that were damaged, and I kept having to go back through the entire replay to check what the exact healths were of every infantry, just using it's like the Sonya minigame. And then also because of the extra vision, there's a lot of like shenanigans that happen where Megton gets vision of like some of the like surprises that I have in store when she normally wouldn't. Sonya's just annoying to fight against.
Yeah, Sonya is really annoying to fight against. Megton seems to be doing pretty well.
Yeah.
It looks like beethovenMan is absolutely crushing up there against that frog.
Yeah. It's a real, well, we'll see in a second. Yeah, actually there's points in the game where actually Megton can beat me. Like she can win control of this bottom island. Just go for a less aggressive option, choosing to play defensively, which eventually I logged later, and I think what was going on was Purple and Teal Galaxy, so Megton and Ghost had made an alliance, and Megton was waiting for Ghost to win over their island and come in. And because there was that understanding, they chose not to take aggressive action.
Ah, I see.
I mean, I think Megton's in the chat, so they can answer. Yeah. beethovenMan, unfortunately,
time's out, yeah.
Which is really disappointing because they were definitely winning that island. That frog actually sends a message inside the internal chat at this point, kind of like feeling bad that they suddenly have this huge access to resources fighting. And I remember just messaging like they shouldn't feel bad about that. They should just expect it, which is exactly what would happen, but we'll get to that.
Megton, I don't remember your pleading. I definitely want to come and provide some sort of assistance.
Well, at this point, we already had an understanding, and that would be breaking a written contract. For context, the contract that Go and I had was that we would not attack each other until one of two conditions was fulfilled. One, the player count dropped down to 6 players, which means that at least one of the islands was open. Or 2, one of us became a clear favorite. Which really, what this really meant was that like if our side of the map just all DC'd and we were like rushing to take all this land and we were becoming an overwhelming leader, then it wouldn't be bad for like the other person to break the truce and immediately fighting instead of waiting to die.
Yeah. And I do believe that you basically break the truce because you just build up forces to attack me.
But I never attacked you. I honored the word of my contract.
You're right. Megton, oh, you were talking in stream chat begging for help. Oh, I'm sorry.
So yeah, Megton goes in for... and it's a pretty good setup. And I think this is where... So actually on our island, Megton has a little bit of an advantage because we have slightly faster reinforcement capability to that airport than you, but that matters less.
Yeah. Oh, Master Kanbei is looking like they're in a rough spot over there. Built a bomber and immediately got hit.
Yeah, the early investment in a bomber probably wasn't advisable. Better there would be once you get the airport, great, but just kind of treat it as a glorified city and try to lock it down with some artillery, and then eventually funding and taking.
So Arctic X9 and I end up fighting fairly soon, until I just decide that us fighting makes no sense. We'll just die to the other people that are coming. So then I'm like, well, let's try and take out Genesis. They own the entire island up there, and then we're making some headway, and I get hit by my offensive force gets hit by a missile from Mr. Cannon, as we'll see.
I didn't think about. So I remember suggesting to you that you should take Arctic just because I didn't want you attacking me, and they were the closest thing. But with the benefit of hindsight, I think what would have made more sense is if you and Arctic had allied from the very start, split up how you wanted to split those like 3 contestable cities, properties between you. Well, no, the airport's definitely yours, but like the port and the extra city. And then immediately start like building up a force to land on the top left island, whoever ends up winning. But being sure to like keep everything out of sight until you're. So yeah, down at the bottom, I have my first surprise. I've after like this starting bit, I've already like kind of worked out a little bit. So I figured that if I just wall a little bit and then start like pumping out the rockets, I'll eventually be able to. Really, all I want to do is nab the city. If I nab the city in the airport, there's like ways for me to convert. But at the same time, I'm kind of feeling the pressure because I know that like one island is already over. I'm like just waiting to like see the other islands be finished, and then at that point, like it doesn't matter if I win my island. I'm still screwed because anyone can just like land and mess with me. Because there's always that like waiting time. Finish capturing all the properties on your. Also, it takes me longer to go get my comm tower. There's just like a lot of issues with like my specific position on this. A little tricky. This map was not made with the intention of looking interesting, which the map creator clearly succeeded at that.
It's true that mathblitz thought I had an Arctic X9 alliance. I do eventually, after we beat each other up quite a bit.
I really like this sub from Mr. Cannon. Just early vision, and especially vision that the enemy can't see, is super valuable.
The early sub from who?
The Mr. Cannon.
Oh, from Mr. Cannon. Gotcha.
Yeah, just like scouting out what's going on. I think that's.
How early do you ally yourself with Mr. Cannon?
Mr. Cannon actually reaches out to me. I think it happens like the turn before. It happens the turn that I make the big push on Megton, which will happen in about like 4 or 5 days, I want to say. So right now, I don't have a huge plan in motion at this point. I'm just trying to gain control of my island and figure out what I want to do after that. There's a couple options. One, I can turn our truce into a formal alliance while we basically rush to win our respective half, and then it turns into a giant like 1v1 versus us along the night. 2, I can ally with whoever wins on that island between Mr. Kanbei and Ghost. This is the pink/teal island, and use it to crush Mr. Cannon, split the properties between us, and then we hit in opposite directions. Me towards you in this situation, them probably towards, and then, or I can ally with Mr. Cannon and split up Ghost Island. So those are kind of the options that I've got going for me after I win my island. But so there's always that like asterisk, and right now I'm actually losing. So I think this is the turn that Megton had a crushing blow on me. I remember calculating out this wall and not taking into the fact that Genesis could use their power this turn, and that it just yeah. So actually, I think it's inadvisable for Megton here to try to stop the airport cap. I think at this point I knew that there wasn't an infantry in range, and the tank investiture it would take to stop it would give me a advantage of it. Also, at this point, I'm pretty sure Megton has seen my rocket, and I know that they're likely going to be responding with rocket spam of their own. So next turn is actually the turn that I like light buy so that I can purchase a battle.
Gotcha. And you can see, I just have a very peaceful existence right now. I have no one to fight.
Wow, you got out to those properties really. Did not.
I should have been there way
Sorry,
faster.
not early, later than I was.
Yeah. I should have gone for the harbor right away.
And I personally thought you would have gone for like the airport, like rush it, and then just like build a cell. Yeah. So here, Megton can win if they just engage. They know where my rocket is. It's like very vulnerable. They just go in and I lose. But they choose not to, and that buys me some wiggle room here. At this point, like, I am tracking everything. I know like the HP of every single unit that I have seen.
Meanwhile, in stream chat, you were pleading for me to come help. Oh no, you look fine.
Yeah, you're winning. Even at this point, you're still winning, I think.
Oh man, Master Kanbei really wanted to get a bomber working.
Yeah. So something really surprising to me was that no one rushed to get the silo. Like, you rushed to grab the silo between us, and I was never going to be in a realistic position to like occupy it. But the other three the one to the like up and to the right of the one in the upper right corner, it makes sense why like Go7 has it. Ghost is preoccupied in beethovenMan DC, but like the one above Arctic should be occupied, and I guess it makes sense that Cannon has it. It's really the one above Arctic that the entire game I'm convinced that Arctic or That Frog has an infantry standing on it, and it turns out, and we didn't realize it till Genesis gets a eyeball. Why would you bring a recon and not an infantry? Capture the port!
Megton is down here. Megton's the purple player.
Wow, LlamaSama is like giving Genesis a good run for the money. I was like watching Power Bar, so I knew there was a fight happening, but
Ooh, that's a nice pickup on the rocket. Unfortunately, there's a lot of rockets over there.
Yeah.
Genesis really liked the rockets.
I really thought the fight between Orange Blaze and Black Hole was like a lot more one-sided than it looks like it will be. Yeah, so you and Arctic should have ally, but also I feel like Arctic's playing he's playing too passively. He's like he's hedgehogging up and like waiting for people to hit him instead of being more proactive.
Arctic X9 had dreams of attacking Genesis with a big landing fleet. It's really hard to make a big attack like that, though. There's not very many landing positions.
Yeah. Oh, here I leave an infantry. I join Captain Infantry to force the artillery to stay there. I think that was a mistake. I think I have some like issues with like unit count on bottom. I didn't need to have, but I was just I thought I could get get advantage by continuing forcing Megton to extend units into my region. It just puts me at a bit of a disadvantage for a while. But the battles are wrapping up a little. Genesis is now fairly clearly winning the top. That Frog is obviously uncontested, and Master Kanbei is in bad shape.
Yeah. It seems like rocket spam was The name of the game. Pink looking a little dead. Pink is definitely looking a little dead.
Meanwhile, Megton and I are... Megton at this point is repeatedly asking me for... Which, I understand, but it's unrealistic. Like, I need to expand somewhere, and they need to expand, and the only clear answer is into each other. Because as Go mentioned before, it's just so hard to like land a fort.
Mathblitz with no mercy.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to be friends. Hey, LlamaSama gets the airport.
Oh, just moral victories.
Yep.
That like 41k. Oh wait, I think at the end of that turn, like start of the turn, they only had like k unit value.
I think I'm gonna launch a missile soonish on Arctic X9 to try and make sure I can get my harbor. No, I want to kill off the missile, I think. I don't remember. We'll see.
Oh, right, because Arctic can missile lock you here.
Yeah. And also lock my harbor. How rude.
I was commenting with Genesis and how Arctic and Go and not Go, Ghost and Master Kanbei had very unenviable positions. Basically, both of them needed to like heavily like reach out to other people in order to not die because it's surrounded on all sides and just easily threatened. And we'll see the issues with both of their positions as we get into
Like, Master Kanbei almost routed.
He's determined that he's not going to give up. Well, he doesn't give up, but he
times out.
So every turn here, I am looking for the opening to come in. I'm basically using that city near the bottom as like a sounding board to break in and hit them. And I feel like if I can do that, then I'm in a good position. And this is where I build the battleship as the next surprise, because I figure that Megton is probably spamming rockets here. And so I build this battleship on a city because I know it can basically one-shot any unit that it can hit. And this would be better if that tank didn't have vision of my battleship. But fighting Sonya, so.
Yeah, Sonya sees. Does a sub come around and ruin your day?
Before the sub, well, Megton does build a sub, but Megton also, I negotiate a surrender with Megton before the sub can threaten my battle. I also had a nice.
Get the missile.
I also had a counter. I had a backup plan in case this offer was, which is basically like the shoal is a really good place for the battleship to sit in, and if they built a sub, then I can just.
Urban Blights hit so much.
Yeah. I felt like very targeted because every time I made a big buy, Genesis Urban Blighted me. I knew I couldn't know, but I was really upset about it. Okay, I think I was also like kicking myself because I need if I like rearrange my like the 9 HP tanks just barely don't OHKO from a city, and I was like really upset with myself. I think I had to spend one more turn rearranging my before I can go in for kill. Yeah.
Mathblitz is a targeted individual. Mathblitz is just attacking. Mathblitz is attacking someone who's desperately asking for peace, and still feels threatened. What's up with that, Mathblitz?
I'm just playing as best as I can. So yeah, so these infantry are being set up so that I can use them to one blocker, and also make sure that if they get hit, I know where the rockets are, so I'm trying to make sure that Megton doesn't move their rockets. Because if I know where they are and I have a plan for hitting them, what all of this tank setup has been, then I can rush through and it's off.
Looks like Mr. Cannon is planning to attack Or it's
Yeah,
actually
so,
already started attacking.
So kanbei
Ghost.
times out here. They were already losing, and as a reminder, this was Cannon's major partner. So it's actually here where Cannon offers to help me. I think I finished my turn, and then on Cannon's turn, they reach out to me. But Cannon basically offers to use this missile to help soften up Megton's army. But this is also the turn that I go in for like my big push, and once I go in for my big push, I'm pretty sure I feel like I'm winning. But after I looked at the replay, I realized that Megton's fine. Oh, okay, so that frog did send an infantry out. So it wasn't complete.
I don't know what happened. No, that probably dies to. I think
that frog times out later, which is what sets the rest of the events. But at this point, I am like really frustrated, because I'm taking way longer to win, and in a way I'm actually losing my. But none of that matters as much as just the tempo, because I'm expecting to like get wailed on by like huge armies after even if I manage to win my island. So I'm trying to figure out like how I'm going to win this. And at this point, the unit count, the player count's going down. So I'm also expecting our truce to time out. I'm expecting you to hit me basically So this is the mistake. Megton double hits with the rockets, which lets me know that that's where they are. And that's all I need.
Gotcha. You thought I was just building up a whole army to hit you right after the truce? What kind of poor sportsmanship? That's not a truce. You don't build up the army right on their border. What kind of monster
I'm the easiest target
considers that a truce?
I'm gonna be super weak at the end of this, and the timer that I thought I had to like. Oh yeah, so this is me going in for. I just revealed the vision. I don't actually hit the mech here because I don't remember why I don't hit the mech here. Oh, it's because the recon would die because I lower health.
Not the rocket.
Yeah. I get hits off on one rocket, and then I know he has 2 rockets and a tank. He actually has 2 tanks. I misjudged how many. And then I do this sneaky thing with the artillery to force him to hit. But I made a mistake. The artillery shouldn't be there. The artillery should be behind. But I thought it was too funny to put a artillery on a city and force a response. But the problem is I know about Megton's artillery in that. I just did my move too fast.
Gotcha. I was gonna say it is fancy, but yeah, it's giving a target to the artillery.
Yeah, it's totally unnecessary. Like my attack is clearly winning if I just have the artillery in a more defensive location that still hits.
Is he clearly winning? You do get hit by 2 pretty much full health rockets. Mechs get strikes.
So the issue is there's 1 mech hit. I still have enough vehicles left over, and because they spent some time building a sub instead of more vehicles, they can't actually hold the they can't block for the top rocket. So the next turn I'll get a hit off on the top rocket and the middle rocket, and I'll have captured both the airport and the city. So I can just spam copters because they don't have any.
My alliance with Arctic X9 is going to start soon. I think it's after the stealth attacks me and then I kill the stealth.
Yeah. This is my first like huge FFA. I didn't accurately judge what the dynamic should look. Besides, making a giant alliance with 2 other players.
So we're gonna see at the end what's gonna happen is there's going to be 4 players, me on this little island, and the other 3 will all ally to fight me. And they will call that an FFA.
Oh wow, that was a huge join. I just thought there was like a severely injured tank. That's a lot. So yeah, Megton comes in here. I think I was watching this turn as it happened, and I already saw how to break through to kill both rockets. So I think this is the turn that when it gets to Cannon, this is the turn that Cannon reaches out to me, and I think my exact words were, I've already won my island. I don't need
Wow.
missile. But if you're doing something like I could use I figure that Megton's built a battleship this turn in the port, so if they can like hit the battleship with a sub, that would help.
Mekton, was Ghost on their way to come help you since you had an alliance? And they
A
had won
Ghost
their island?
promised to send battle copters, but they obviously are not built yet. So at this point, Megton and I are still talking, and Megton finally agreed. I basically the negotiation that I said was I will, one, give you vision of my own unit so that you can like watch the game as it continues, and two, I will give you I will let you like have some discretion over like where I go next, because I hadn't made any alliances at this point, and they agreed to that. So what happens the next turn is they delete all of their units. I make a slight mistake here. I could have moved this infantry, the infantry above my 1 HP recon, one more tile forward to capture the HQ a turn faster, but I wasn't completely convinced they would take me up on my offer, so I go for a little bit safer positioning, because I want my infantry as healthy as possible to capture the bases later. Actually, one of the most powerful things you can do in FFA is just if you know you're going to lose, just let someone else capture your HQ or resign before someone can capture your HQ, because it takes them forever to capture all the properties, and it gives you some leverage, which I'll talk about what Go offer when we get there later.
I offer it twice. I offer it to X9. I also offer it to Genesis.
Yeah.
I was so confused when Genesis didn't take the offer. I was like, what? But that's because you guys weren't doing an FFA.
I was totally acceptable.
Yeah, if you cap the HQ, you get every single property that they own.
Yeah.
If they resign, then all the properties turn neutral. You have to capture them one by one.
Letting me capture their HQ is actually really important for me to be able to accelerate my my position on the map.
That was a very satisfying mass delete.
I was a little
Exploded.
actually worried about this. I wanted Megton to leave at least units, because I was going to sack my units, because once we get to this next stage of the game, my land units matter less. So really they're just like sacks of money sitting around, and I wanted to sack them into Megton's units to build charge. But I can't complain. They're letting me capture their HQ here. So at this point, Cannon and I are out. Oh yeah, so you see me joining any units that I can to generate funds to build more air units and ships. At this point, Cannon and I are allied, but and I put the rocket on the city, hoping. Oh no, there's no chance of an urban blight. I purposely put units on cities so they can get urban blight and I can join here.
And at this point, X9 and I ally, I think this turn or last turn.
Cannon and I are allied here. Our agreement is that we will attack Ghost Island together, and I will take the left half. They will take the right half. And we're talking tactics here, and I recommend that like the best thing that they can do, because I see that we've already shared vision of our units, so I can see that they've got the port block. Is the next best thing to do is to carrier lock the airport, which we start coordinating how to do. And I'm sending up my battleship to lock the port. And once both ports and the airport are locked out, Ghost is basically no longer. They have no capability of impacting the map in any significant. Once that frog times out here, the game drastically changes, because whoever gets that island gets a huge influx of cash. And this is the point where I see the opportunity to basically win the game immediately. And so I reach out to Genesis. Now, mind you, this is like 2 turns after Cannon and I ally. And I suggest that we ally with one another. I have no idea what the battle situation is there, but I suggest we ally and try to win this game, settle this game as a draw between the 3 of us. Which
That's not an FFA.
Genesis accepts. And to seal this alliance, we all co-share our units. Now at this point, because Megton asked me not to hit Ghost, I thought that it was possible that Megton was spying on me from Ghost, so I actually mislead Megton a little bit after the game is over about what my intent. And I actually checked to make sure that Megton can't see Canon and Genesis's units that I can totally see, and I know what's going on.
Why you gotta do Megton dirty like that?
Once the three of us were in an alliance, we were winning. At this point, I knew that we could still lose here if the other three players understood what was happening, and they allied against us. So basically, my plan for this next thing is that I moved this sub up expecting to see a fleet because I thought you were already getting ready to hit me.
No, that's not how a truce works.
Truce just means no hitting until the end of the truce.
Truce means you're not building up, waiting, and then striking. That's not a truce.
Huh. Well, to be fair, the only thing I have anywhere near you is sub, and I'm about to capture Megton's 8, after which truce is off. But I am playing super defensively because I am convinced that you have like subs and ships and planes just like out of sight that are getting ready to hit me. So I'm doing my best to set up kind of a defensive fortification while I build out my navy and air force to fight back.
Very paranoid.
Yes, I'm extremely paranoid.
mathblitz was the kid who invented games and then changed the rules when they were losing. Maybe.
Genesis here is feeding us information. We've already offered the silo that we didn't to hit Megton with, and so basically we have a understanding that like when Genesis feels like, hey, this is the right time to use the silo, he sends Cannon the coordinates and we'll bam.
But yeah, you can draw a game. It's an option in the actual options button in the game. If you can hit set draw, and if everyone who's still in the game has set draw activated, the game will end in a draw.
Here, I think because of That Frog's resignation, Cannon and I, we don't rush to invade Ghost Island after we've like established a carrier lock. Instead, after we establish a port and then later a carrier lock. Instead, we rush to go capture That Frog's resources because that'll be the linchpin. If the three of us manage to capture, or the two of them really, because I'm nowhere close to it, but if the two of them manage to capture the resources on That Frog Gold Island, then the game's over. We will collectively have the resources to outfight the other
outfight the one player on a single island. I agree.
So
Mad Maggie, I do agree. Yes, FFAs you can have temporary alliances, but you have to end with one winner. Yeah. And then Megton, I know you took my black boat out, and I was like, oh my gosh, Megton's just a puppet of mathblitz. How rude is that? Mathblitz is having a truce with me and then sends their puppet to attack me. I was like, my gosh, how corrupt.
Megton did that on their own accord. I did not realize that was happening. I was just capturing the HQ. Actually, I think I see that. No, I don't see your copter do that.
I think I'm about to get nuked.
Yeah, you're about to get nuked. It's this turn. This was
It's basically impossible to take out the two base islands, or the 2-player islands, though, because they have a very safe airport.
It's impossible to take out mine, Genesis, and That Frog, but Ghost Island is actually
True.
Very because the airport can be locked. It's actually fairly invadable. So at this point, I think we've established vision of everything. of the airports. And so we have a count for how many stealths have been built at this point, like past this point in the game. I actually didn't think you had a stealth yet. I thought that maybe you had you'd been building up a navy, and so I am optimistic of my ability to lock out your airport, which is my main early game contribution towards helping like relieve the pressure on.
It's an incredibly easy airport to lock. It's just out there in the middle of the ocean, in range of your harbor, basically, right?
Not quite. I have to move my carrier 2 spaces.
Is it 2 spaces?
It's meant to just be 1.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One space. Yeah, and I get hit. Well, that's a very nice missile.
Yeah.
But I was like, this makes no sense. Why would Mr. Cannon want to?
So this is the point where I knew you had the information that 3 of us were allied, and I expected the 3 of you to like team up against us, but I also was pretty sure that at this point we'd already won. Yeah,
well, I was like, this makes no sense. Why would Mr. Cannon want to stop me and Genesis from bashing into each other? This is an FFA. You want other people to be fighting. I did not realize, you guys. Even to the bitter end, I was like, well, this is really weird that they're having this joint effort. And Genesis is not accepting my proposal, but yeah.
It's also because we shared vision of our units to each other. It makes it really hard for us to betray one another.
Well, yeah, you don't betray. You just you have your temporary alliance, and then the alliance ends.
Fair enough. I
figured your temporary alliance was, oh, well, we gotta take out Go7. I'm like, well, fine. You take out Go7, and then you guys gotta all fight. It's not. I take out Go7, and then we all just end the game.
Well, didn't you realize that when I destroyed your entire navy, and then all my disappeared?
What? Well, I expected to lose.
Yeah, but like we crushed your navy, and then instead of staying there to finish the job, like all of my battleships.
Well, I just figured you're just gonna do it however you want to do it. I'm not too worried about that.
Okay.
Ghost is doing their best.
Yeah.
And hold off Mr. Cannon.
The only part of this that was like not like. Oh, so here's a mistake I make. I'm still looking for a sub, and so I move my cruiser into the wrong place to maintain a block on your airport, which gives you 1 turn to build a stealth that I can't stop. I also figure you have a carrier, but I actually thought the carrier was already built, and I thought it was in the shoal like near your port.
Penguin should be on the bottom island. You're right.
Sorry, the reef by your port.
Yeah. I thought you'd already have a carrier blocking, but I guess.
I was putting a bunch of resources into like fighters, subs, anything that I could use to scout and gain information and counteract stealths, because I was playing very defensive. So I didn't think that I could defend a carrier until this turn. And I think that I can defend a carrier because I've been spending the past few turns like looking for subs around my waters, and with the understanding that you probably don't know where my sub is, where my carrier is, I can now like more safely build one. But like the worst case scenario is you have like 1 sub that I haven't yet, and I build a carrier, I send it out into a position to lock your airport, and it just gets immediately sunk.
Keeping in mind that the position that you have to move it is a single tile.
Yeah, but if you have a sub around, like that's, I did a lot of like shenanigans looking for subs before I felt carrier. I'm also maintaining a lock here on the port because again, no ports, no airports, doesn't matter.
I think I offer Arctic X9 this turn or next turn. Just come take my HQ. to give them a chance. So they at least have 2 bases against all the other 2 bases. Or like 2 bases with 2-player islands.
Oh right, so you can see it. Oh right. Okay, so I moved my sub out of the way because I don't want your stealth to find it and then it gets hit by a cruiser. But I maintain vision of the stealth because I want to know where it goes. And you asked me later how I knew where the stealth was, and you'll see the net that I.
Very nice. I was surprised when you killed the stealth.
Yeah, I was really proud of that. So here we're still we're sending screenshots of the basically the map on each turn as we can see it, because sharing vision with other people in an FFA doesn't give you their vision. It only
just shows the units.
Yeah. So I see exactly where that stealth just hit itself because, well, you know that because I have a copter, but it's really the sub that pulls the head. And I've set my carrier inside a locking position. Okay, your carrier was exactly where I expected it was.
Oh yeah, it's the best spot.
Yeah, okay. Arctic makes but Genesis is really proud of this. Genesis set up these units to get these lander kills and traps. It was very impressive. I thought that our sticking point was that Arctic would be able to stop Genesis from capturing that side of the island, but Cannon would be uncontested on the right side. But I got that backwards. Ghost had the units to send up that got made before the carrier lock was put in place, and Arctic didn't have enough of an air force.
Yeah, right, King Rex sharing screenshots. They're just cheating. I know.
At this point, I think I remember just telling Genesis to just take what you can, hold the fort. I am coming to relieve the pressure. So I'm building all of my units right now. I have one battleship to keep the port locked, but everything else I'm building is with the intent to just slam into you. I don't expect to necessarily win because I'm fighting in between two islands. But I figure if I can just cancel out, if I can force you to respond to me, you can't send more ships, and Genesis should be able to build up a fleet and air force, and then we're in business.
Well, I can't really attack Genesis.
So I set this sub so I can see if the stealth passes up top or to the right, which means that if I don't see any movement, it means that you either zigzag down into the left to get a view of that, or you retreat it. So the next turn, when I don't see any vision of the movement of the stealth, I set my stealth inside I set my sub inside a zigzag pattern to try to get trapped onto your stealth, and then I succeed. The blackboats are also put into positions where I can zoom them around to go hunting for your blackboat's space, and I am willing to sack a fighter for this. 1, because I built another fighter, and 2, because I've got an airport lock on you. And every stealth I kill is another tool that you can't have. So the one comment I'll make is that once this carrier lock is in place, Ghost is trying to relieve it with a rocket, which makes some sense. The carrier lock isn't safe here because there's a really convenient rocket that can hide in the forest, that can hit the carrier even from the furthest position. But honestly, I kind of expected Ghost to send the one stealth they have, which I can't quite see on the map where that stealth. Oh, it's up north. It's up north. The one stealth they have to relieve the carrier, because if you kill the carrier, and the port is rocket locked, they could build tons of air units before the carrier lock can be. That was the biggest thing I was worried in the game, that Ghost would break free. And they do eventually, but it happens far too late.
Poor Ghost.
Yeah, well, for the 3 of you. Because if Ghost can get the airport...
We're not allied, though.
You should have.
It's an FFA.
The second you realize that when that missile hit, you should have reached out to the both of them.
Why would I? No.
Yeah, so Genesis, because of the bomber, Genesis is rushing some air units over instead of like winning the waters around his. Meanwhile, we're like doing our best to maintain the airport lock and Ghost, and I am preparing my fleet to smash into you.
You guys are gonna see just the most outrageous overkill.
Oh yeah, yeah. The takeover of Ghost Island is so beautiful. Yeah, I find your stealth, I kill it. I'm fine losing most of those units because I can kill any more air units. So now it's just like,
you're being way too risky with that carrier. It has no reason to move so far up.
well, I figured that it's safer inside a shoal than it is in open waters near my unit.
It's definitely safer right next to your harbor.
Yeah, I was probably
Unless you're trying to like mess with Ghost at the same time.
No, I knew that Ghost couldn't have any air units in range. I wanted to put it inside a shoal because I figured that if I have it in a shoal, I don't need to have units like surrounding it. My units can spread out more as soon as I've established that there's no subs in the area.
Sadly, Arctic X9's massive landing mission got thwarted by Genesis.
Yeah, because you can't stop, because you can't like carrier lock Genesis's airport. Genesis just spammed a bunch of bombers and all of the landers, some of them with units on them, all just died.
Yeah.
So here we coordinate this Genesis to Urban Blight because I messed up the battleship lock on port. Basically, Cannon had a like lander on it, but then Ghost used their like Juggerscop, and they freed themselves. And this was basically a like panic. Hey, hit this Urban Blight so I can reposition my battleship. This was a mathblitz fucked up moment.
Genesis has so many units, 4 bases, an airport,
Yeah.
and two harbors. Even with having one locked with a sub, the other one didn't get locked with the sub, so it's all for naught. It's also to stop the top base camp. Oh yeah. What was the unit cap? Was it like 70 something?
I think it was 100.
There's 100. 100. Ghost is certainly in some trouble.
Yeah, like it's that carrier. Like the Ghost needs to like break that lock as fast. Yeah. So here I use High Society instead of Urban Blight to prevent this cap, and I also sack a copter for it. And this again, I have to do this because I missed. So I ferry this infantry onto you because I saw what you were doing with your infantry on these islands before to look out for subs, and I figured this is like cheap way to like get motion vision area. Because again, you have to have subs around. I'm looking for him. I'm looking for him.
You're so paranoid.
Basically, like our Discord chat is basically me finding ways we can lose this game and then preventing them. Like that is like 70% of the messages.
Man, Ghost has to be so careful with that fighter. It's the only thing stopping the stealth spam from just killing them.
I actually don't think we know he has. We know that Ghost has a stealth, and we know that you. Oh no, you had one stealth, but I killed it. So the only plane we know for sure that you two collectively have is that one stealth that Ghost has, which is the one thing that I'm worried about for breaking the carrier lock.
Genesis should know I have a stealth.
Yeah, that information did get through, I don't.
Far too much we talk for an FFA, yeah.
So the island has been won, and now we're getting ready to start pressuring onto Arctic. I'm actually repositioning my fleet into the center part of this bay between these 4 islands, because I'm gonna try to hit you, but then I'm also gonna try to give Genesis some like support fire from my ships.
Poor Arctic X9. So much was invested in the landings and they all got thwarted. Now they're just kind of a sitting duck at this point.
I was really sad that frog, because there was this chance that there'd be like a really interesting where the 4 of you were fighting, and then Cannon and I like took over half of them. We would have to like figure out how we couldn't ally with that frog because Cannon needs a direction to attack. That is not me. But we had like plenty of choices for other people to ally with. Actually, no. We basically we could either ally with you or we could ally with Genesis. And once that frog DC'd, we just...
Well, I wouldn't... You can't... Well, never mind. I wouldn't be starting new alliances when there's only 5 people. Unless one person is just monstrally, like, way ahead of everyone else.
So I am getting ready to hit you if I see any, like... If I see an opening here. I'm setting up just, like, nets, trying to keep track of trying to keep track of subs and stuff. And I'm just trying to get closer, trying to figure out what units you have, because I haven't seen a ton. So I know your money had to have gone somewhere, and I don't know if that's in like rockets on your mainland, or if you've got like
or
a bunch of battleships and stuff which is just around. So there's like this big asterisk.
So this is where I offer to Genesis to come take my HQ, and I try and beeline to capture as many cities over here, so Genesis will get more of them, because I figure that you are way ahead because you got to capture Megton's HQ. And Genesis
No,
Genesis refuses the offer, which I found really weird, but that's because you guys had the draw in mind.
You'll also see later that like Genesis overwhelming in the game. Like
it's true. Genesis got the top. I didn't think Genesis got the top. I thought the Arctic X9 managed to stop that, but
yeah,
definitely did not happen.
Well, I see why it looked that way to you. At this point in the game, I am refraining from ever using my power, as it will slow down Genesis from slow down the capture of all of these. Like,
well, you also have no charge.
Well, yeah, but like I have multiple chances, and until the very end, I always stop over to avoid doing the fun stuff.
Yeah, the islands are a hassle to try and attack.
Yeah, they're a lot. Basically, the order of operation, you have to like, you have to block their airport if possible, then port lock them, then move in battleships, taking into account the fact that they have one more range than rockets to muscle out some space, and then you land unit. Your island is actually like pretty attackable from this. I was talking with them later.
I agree, 42. I think Genesis could have just gone for the win.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that they'd have all the islands.
Yeah. If they had wanted to, they could have. Like immediately, the turn after I finished killing you, Genesis could have wiped out my entire. I think I claim. Yeah, I positioned myself.
You would have felt bad. It's an FFA.
I positioned myself to take the comm tower from Arctic's island because that extra comm tower, I think, is the difference between my battleships OHKOing vehicles on planes and not.
Poor Megton died pleading for truces.
I'm sorry. Okay, so at this point, if I remember
Genesis
right,
could have killed them all very easily, even without my offer.
Yeah. At this point, I think Genesis was saying that they would send their ships this way and the rest of their air force towards Ghost, because we need to start. We're trying to finish the game as fast as possible. We know that we've already won, but we're trying to expedite it. So the C units have a bit of a harder time getting around, and I'm also fairly confident at this point, having like gotten a better glimpse of your army, that I have enough forces to overpower you.
Yeah,
So
well, without an airport, you just can't. You can't hold out.
So here Genesis is sending over what ships they have towards me, and then sending everything else to get ready to hit Ghost. Partially because of how convinced I am that that this carrier lock is going to get broken, which it just has.
Ghost is doing pretty well considering how much fire they've been under and how exposed the island is.
Yeah, they would not be doing as well if I had like committed to making a landing on this island. But for the most part, Cannon hasn't been looking to attack anything, to make sure that nothing can get built, and I've been ignoring them as long as they can't threaten me in favor of attacking you. Yeah, so this is not the turn. I'm still setting up here. I'm trying to get
I was like, my gosh, what are you going to attack? I have no way of defending myself. I don't understand.
Well, so at this point, I remember like thinking that like the most annoying thing you can build here is cruisers, because cruisers I'm not at a point like with my Scop. I think I can like mostly kill them with a battlecopter. But in general, they do a pretty good job of delaying me, so I'm trying to get my battleship into a position where I can hit your cruisers.
But you're not good. Oh, we're back.
Okay.
Okay.
So Genesis is like sending all of their airplanes as fast as they can towards Ghost, whereas I am working on like. Oh, and yeah, we
I get hit by 2 missiles.
Yeah, we had 2 more missiles, and I didn't think the second one was necessary, but because I messed up this attack, I asked Cannon to fire the second one.
I know, it's a penguin against the world. I thought Genesis was sending the planes down to Ghost.
He is. Oh, wait.
They're all coming towards me.
I'm sorry, I'm a couple turns early. I think it's after I kill you, after I attack you that he sends towards Ghost.
Bomber boost.
Oh,
yeah, 42. I'm telling you, overkill. It's because they're out there. They're not playing an FFA. It's because they're doing a 3v1v1v1v1.
Genesis and I had a conversation. So the reason why the bomber boost wasn't for just the bomber, it was to kill the bomber, because Genesis had more planes than they had black boats to read.
Yeah, I think the next time I'll do one of these, we'll make it live, and we can do FFA or we can do a team game.
So here, like, I know where your carrier is, and this is the mistake I make. I didn't think you had a stealth, so I have to hit it with my fighter from the wrong tile. If my black boat and fighter are switched here, then you can't kill the fighter with the missile, which I'm pretty sure you have. And there's also some other things, like I could have saved my fighter. I think I could have killed one more. I could have killed the 3 HP sub. Like mistakes were made. I accept that I fucked up, and then I asked Cannon to fire the missile. Meanwhile, Cannon is doing their best to just with a Ghost for a while. Because if we can cripple you before they can make any planes, then we can just turn everything around and snap into, which is exactly what happens.
I get hit by 3 of the missiles.
Oh, I also forgot that that sub gave you vision of the battleship. Yeah. Here is where Genesis tells me that they don't need the that the Air Force is not necessary, and they start sending it over towards Ghost. Got the timing wrong.
And all the missiles that I did not fire. The poor little penguin managed to capture that city just to get hit by a bomber. You're gonna see just how many forces come to collapse on my little island.
At the end of the game, yeah. You know that mission in Advance Wars 2, Danger Times 9? I think I had 9 battleships around you, and they were not out of ammo.
Yeah. It's a lot. My poor defenseless island. Okay, yeah, now Genesis is saying the Air Force is down towards Ghost. Does Ghost time out? Or does Ghost...
No, Ghost dies by route.
Oh, Ghost dies by route.
promised to fight us Churchill. I can't remember the quote, but it's like, we'll fight you like on the hills, in the sea, and in the air. And it's very valiant, but there's like a really funny moment because Genesis does a really good job of keeping their entire Air Force out of vision, right until the end.
Their island is getting surrounded by all the boats.
Yeah. I'm actually not sure if Ghost realizes that Genesis is... Oh, wait. Genesis attacked their planes up north. They have... Yep. Second turn. I popped the High Society just to kill all your boats.
Oh my gosh, Genesis has so much money. This has as much money as their 2 allies combined. The attack is imminent. Does that sub live? I think it does.
The 5 HP. Genesis doesn't know where the sub is, so he leaves it for me to kill.
Ghost still has quite a few forces.
Especially,
although I guess when there's like all these battleships around, yeah.
So here, I've been mostly building cruisers, subs, fighters, and stuff in order to attack naval. But now that we have supremacy, I am starting to build stealths, the battleships necessary to wage a land war.
Hold out, penguins. Hold out as long as you can. But yeah, because both Ghost Island and all the single islands have their airports so exposed, it's literally impossible to hold out because you have no way to fight stealths.
It might be interesting to ban stealths in the next.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
Yeah.
They rule the seas.
They weren't necessary. Like, I do build them because they're expedient, but I didn't actually need this to do any of the things that... So here, because we don't have a perfect lock on the airport anymore, I turn away all of my units from hitting you to go, like, surround Ghosts. Because now that you don't have ports, now you're important, I'm going to capture second. We'll just turn back around and hit you at the end of the game. Oh, one side note. I have like 2 infantry on the left side of the map. As part of like, I'm convinced Go is gonna like screw me here. I kept those the entire because like I thought for sure at some point you're just gonna like plop off an infantry off of Blackbow and it'd be like way too late for me to like.
Well, you can always urban blight.
Yeah, but I may not always have them. You could do it like the turn after. I think like I was a part of the game. I was rerouting a rocket down there to try to hold it. There's a lot of things. So at this point, the lock is off, but we're coming. There's just not enough time for Ghost to make an appreciable number.
Well, Ghost has no chance.
Yeah.
There's 3 players coming for him. One of which owns the entire top of the map.
The other issue is that if you don't have like a cruiser, there's no way to knock a sub that's sitting in your port, which is an issue.
Yeah, the sub blocks are brutal. They're just like the stealth blocks.
So I sack a stealth here. I figure that there's probably a fighter in range, but I sack a stealth here because I want to make sure there's not a rocket in that forest. I think I could have learned this by like looking at the replay, but at this point, like the game had gone on for so long that I couldn't to like check the replays thoroughly.
Well, the replay's not broken yet? I thought they were.
No, the replays were never broken.
Okay.
Oh,
Genesis does have
cool
3
here.
comm towers. Soon to be 4. Both mathblitz and Genesis have 3 comm towers right now. So Mr. Cannon's kind of being fought off. That's where the majority of Ghost's forces are defending, which makes sense.
Yeah, Cannon made some mistakes, but ultimately they were never really going to be. They didn't have the, and because Ghost got the hits off in there, they were slowed down on That Frog's Island. They never end up getting the funds to do it.
Oh my gosh, Genesis is gonna get 100,000 in income.
I think there's like a GIF inside the chat that we have when Genesis reaches like 1 million. I think the deal here was also that Cannon could retake any of the cities that Genesis took. Genesis was just gonna capture them because there's nothing better for the.
So, if this was an FFA, you should be definitely coming up with a plan to try and stop Genesis.
I honestly never even thought about it. I made an alliance, I made a deal, and I know it's break. I gave it some thought, like what happens if Genesis just betrays us and just like wrecks us, and I was just gonna resign. Because I knew that I wouldn't be in a position to fight him.
Gotcha.
So yeah, we can start fighting each other, but then the game's just gonna be over, and it's gonna be like he'll be the victor, but there won't be a fight.
So my poor little island is going to hold out as long as possible, but Ghost can actually fight back.
Kind of. The problem is that, while Ghost has like a lot of anti-air units, they're not going to help him against my battleships, and he doesn't have the air units to like do anything about my battleships. And a lot of, this is where the stealths actually do really. Genesis' stealths were really useful for gathering it. And leading the assault.
The tier COs is, if you were on a single island, you had a tier 4 CO, and if you're on a double island, you had a tier 3 CO.
I now understand this was probably a mistake. We probably should have reversed that, but I think Go was reviewing an FFA game on stream, and I suggested that do one with viewers, and then I quickly looked up a map and made some rules for the. Okay, so I'm really proud of this. I'm trying to capture this port faster before you can get a rocket lock on it, and so I do a double transport boost to get my copter there in time.
That was very fancy. How am I gonna get a rocket lock? You'll just kill it with stealths or battleships.
Yeah, but I guess you don't know this, but like I'm moving all of my forces, start like whittling away. So like I don't have anything to really lock it in. But the sub in your port giving me vision of all of your stuff really helps.
Yeah. See all the infantry dancing. I'd say Gus is doing a really good job. I'm going to assume that there's just going to be a huge wave of air that comes in and wipes it out in the end.
I make like incremental progress. I think I managed to get off a base lock, and then I get ready to like start like pushing in. But it's really Genesis that turbo. So my thinking, and this is going back to when Cannon and my original plan was to land an invasion force, is that if I manage to base lock, if I manage to get both base lock, it's going to take Ghost too long to reinforce with land units from the other side of the island. And I should be able to snag one base, and once I get that one base, I've got that happen. And then that plus my funding advantage is going to be enough to win the whole thing. Though I was going to give half of it to yeah, like it's better for one player to have more stuff, but in an alliance, you got to keep people happy. So we split the island and then keep pushing forward. Me probably into you and Arctic, Cannon into that.
Half of it to fight what? Half of it to fight me. You gotta. I'm very fearsome.
1 second.
But yeah, you can see that once the sub is in the harbor, it has me locked down, and I couldn't secure the airport. There's literally nothing that I can do except just chill out and wait till the stealths or whatever and the battleships and the bombers come in and kill me. It's a defenseless little island. Ooh, Ghost going on the aggressive. Sending the stealth forward to attack the cruiser. Takes out a battleship. Gotta do what you gotta do. I like the setup with this missile covering the stealth because fighter's gonna come in and hit it.
Well,
Sadly, this one's not.
Sorry, I forgot.
This one is.
I was thinking fire, and that's smoking real good now.
Oh.
I may have to leave this abruptly if my fire alarm goes off.
Yeah.
Good things to note, the fire alarm in my living room does not work.
Oh my goodness. That's very concerning.
It's okay. The other two fire alarms I have are super sensitive.
I found it very silly when you swapped out your subs.
Oh yeah. I was a little worried about fuel.
Don't burn that. Mathblitz wasn't burned out of his house. Oh no. Ghost is starting to get eaten away at. The missile is going to get to take out the fighter, which is nice. Mr. Cannon keeps doing the landings. Genesis almost has 1 million unit value.
Yep, one more turn.
I decided to start building mega tanks and anti-air because those are the hardest things for stealths to kill. Just to last a little bit longer. But my turns are very easy to take.
I think this is where...
Genesis has the hard turns. 91 units to me. Oh my gosh, that's quite the build-up of air units.
I can't remember if it's next turn or the turn after that where Genesis goes in. I do remember mentioning that, like, I thought that Genesis just immediately because there was no way that that Ghost had enough like fighters and stuff to combat. But I think he Yeah, yes, this is the turn that he sets up. Because it was last turn that I thought he should just go in.
There we go, over 1 million in unit value against Ghost's 300,000.
So there's something kind of cute. I send a sub to hit Genesis' sub, because if I do that, then Genesis gets to start their turn with superpower, which
Gotcha.
helps hit. We actually do that a couple times, where like I'll hit cannon stuff, or I'll ask them to think some of my things, just to generate power charge.
Yeah. That's good. That's good tactics.
He sends the infantry as all the units.
Does High Society give Genesis infinite attack, or does it have an upper cap?
I don't remember if Genesis sent any screenshots, but I think I remember like doing some math, because I think the hit percentage is somewhere like at like 200%, especially if it's like on a city.
Yeah.
I also claimed a few cities on Arctic's island to power up my own. I don't remember if there was any specific. Yeah, so here's a little cute thing that we do.
The sub hit.
Yeah, it's not like those subs need to do anything anymore. Plus,
It's true. They have nothing to fight.
Yeah, and you can join the damaged subs together to generate income to build more useful.
That's true. But on the downside, you do cost Genesis the 1 million in unit value.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's fine. He gets back over it, and I think at the end of the game hits like 1.4 million.
That's impressive. Must have started deleting infantry. That's what you have to do. Ghost and Mr. Cannon had quite the fight going on.
Yeah. Cannon is doing his best to just like send as much as he can to distract. Yeah, that's just the state of the game, right? And
Here
here comes
the High Society. So, I'll note that Genesis' first actions after getting that High Society was to kill a couple penguins standing on mountains. And all the bombers, and then the stealth. Is absolutely. I think everything's a one shot. Oh, the anti-air survives.
If that had been a bomber, it would have one shot.
That's true. I like all the prepped black boats. Oh no! Now you can't unload with the black boat.
Yeah, but both of those infantry aren't. So at this point in the game, so we're gonna see Ghost's turn here, because Ghost is gonna successfully hit both of those infantry. But I remember petitioning to get Cannon to capture Ghost HQ. Partially because like Cannon was instrumental for like locking Ghost out of the game. Like most of the things that happen in this game are only like every single one of us did something this game to like contribute to victory.
Yeah. It was a team effort. Got this Ghost.
So I've got a carrier lock on the port now.
Yeah, no, the Ghost has no way to fight the stealths anymore.
We were also joking about how if Genesis moves their carrier up, we can get a triple carrier lock on the airport.
That's just a very unfortunate island.
Unfortunately, Genesis had a job for that carrier, so. So here, yeah, I get vision of the airport, and I just start blasting.
So it looks like Ghost will survive the turn. I don't think.
Actually, what's surprising is Ghost surviving the next. But we'll get to that. So at this point, I'm turning around and getting ready to start waging war on you. So here comes the stealth spam.
I appreciated you sparing that penguin's life.
Well, I needed to stealth the sub. I mean, stealth the stealth. Otherwise, your missiles or your.
Oh, it wasn't a stealth. Gotcha.
I just built it.
It would, yeah. If you had the choice, you wouldn't have spared it. I understand.
Yes, I'm a very mean red fire.
The mega tank drop offs.
And most importantly, they're mega tanks that come the turn after the Jugger Scop, which means that there's no easy way to kill them.
But the anti-air near the stealth.
Yeah, that was really smart.
The least desirable targets. I don't know if it's really smart, but it's something.
Yeah, it's because I can't OHKO them even with the Kindle City boost because stealth is so good. But basically, you're gonna see me like take some hits with my like battleships on like infantry instead of vehicles because it's more important for me to get your unit count down as fast as possible than to do specific damage. Because your beefier units, I can probably kill using Kindle Scop.
I'm not quite sure why you need a system to wipe out my defenseless island.
I'm trying to figure out how to win this game as fast as possible because like turns were taking like several days, and even at this point I was getting tired.
I had very easy turns, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Ghost does survive. Look at that.
Yeah, so I don't know about this, like that tank to the left of stealth, and so I start going and like hunting down whatever like Ghost still has, and I can't find his units.
The very end. Oh, the missile gets discovered.
Well, I knew it was there.
Oh, you knew it was there. Okay.
Because he killed one of my killed the fighter. So yeah, at this point I'm really confused. But instead of like trying to maintain a base lock, I start like moving and getting ready to hit you. I think that it's just like that Neo tank that's in that forest to the right of the city, the right of the airport. I didn't realize that Ghost also had a tank. I thought maybe the stealth that like I saw earlier had like run off into the middle of nowhere.
Gotcha.
But Genesis assured me that that had been killed a long time. So yeah, instead of moving my battleship into a more central position, I just kill infantry because I'm just trying to kill units faster than you can make. So the Neo tank is dead here, and I'm very confused. And Genesis is the one to let me know that like, oh yeah, there's still like one tank here.
Yeah.
All right, and now
you guys really locking the airport and the harbor for Ghost.
Now finish the game. This is
very easy turns.
Yeah.
Boom. Rest in peace, Ghost.
Fought well.
And everything starts moving. A nice 1v3.
Come on, Go. You were the top player on the website for forever. You can totally fight at these spots. Let's see. How much are you down by?
Only a little bit.
You're only down by about
like 2 million.
I was gonna go side percentage. You're only down by like 15 times the money. Those are pretty good odds, right?
Only about 2. Yeah. Yeah, it's 2 million behind in value about.
Also, as extra evidence of my parents, I put a tank on my HQ. Just in case.
Just in case. I can't even leave my island.
I don't know what I was expecting, like a T-copter with stealth capabilities, but I was like, if I'm put a tank here, I'm just gonna have to think about it.
Yeah, here they all come. Genesis has to start deleting units to build beefier units.
Yeah, I thought Genesis was deleting units to not have to not have to move them. I totally forgot about the unit cap. Oh yeah, so here I'm stacking units to generate charge. I kill Cannon's carrier because the air units don't matter anymore, and then I ask. I think I set up my carrier so that it can be hit by the bomber on the way out. And yeah, we just start blasting.
The disrespect to not even kill the missile.
Well, it was in a forest, I couldn't see it. Oh, and also that stealth was the one that that just came from the airport.
Well, I meant with the battleship.
Oh yeah. I'm not sure that the battleship OHKOs.
It might not. It might not.
Yeah. I think I need my power.
Hey, got the boosts.
Yeah. I set the artillery here because I couldn't remember how many rockets you had. So, like, this.
I did appreciate having something I could shoot.
Yeah, this was a rocket check. And I have a rocket to park on that simulator. Which was originally how I was going to overpower you. The original plan was 2 battleships to like push you off of like a bunch of terrain and then put a rocket on that city.
Put a rocket on the city?
Yeah, where my artillery currently is. I had like 2
Well, I've got
rockets.
forests.
Yeah, but the forest right below your HQ is not actually visible because the mountains actually prevent you from securing the shoreline effectively once I've airport locked you. So really only the forest that your other rocket is in is like suitable, and that I can eventually like push you off of the battle.
But once you've done that, the rocket on the city isn't needed.
I just wanted a rocket on your city to fire on you. And now I'm trying to justify. Yeah, and here comes.
Here they all come.
I think I delete that infantry on the mountain just to give Genesis a cleaner route towards you. Because you know that infantry was totally gonna shoot down all those bombers.
Yeah. You don't just move it out of the way. You delete it.
Yeah. Well, it's because like anywhere it goes is like can potentially get in the way, and I didn't want to think about it. If you notice, I have many fewer units than Genesis here. I've been joining and like, stacking units left and right, like.
Yeah. Well, and you have far less production.
Yeah.
And money.
Fun fact: at the end of this game, I actually did about as much damage as Genesis did. Actually, if Genesis didn't come in with his air force to smack like your army near the end, I think I would have out damaged him.
That's very, very, very possible. A lot of what Genesis took didn't require any fighting. High society.
Oh, yeah. I set up my units here to be killed by cannon.
My rocket.
Yep. I briefly thought about trying to break through to both rockets, but I thought that it might be more valuable to kill the air support so I could start spamming bombers instead of stealths.
I was so confused with the landings. I was like, at least it gives me something to attack.
I was hoping that I don't know what I was just doing.
But you can see that, yeah, once you lose your airport, they don't even have to send the battleships. They could just send the stealths. And there's literally nothing you can do. But also just how many units come crashing down on my little island. Mr. Cannon's even trying to get in on it. I don't think he'll make it in time, though.
No, he doesn't make it in time. He's like 1 turn too late. And I instead use his units as fodder to charge my power one more time.
Poor Mr. Cannon.
Sorry, Cannon.
I get to do a lot of stuff this turn, which is nice.
So this wall is really annoying because it actually prevents me from being able to hit your turn, which I was very cranky about.
What can I say? I'm the number one, or I was the number one player for a very long time.
Too good.
Too good. Even in this situation, I make my opponent sweat. I was surprised that this comm tower doesn't get captured. I thought that would be the first thing that the landings would go after.
I think there's not a Genesis has a bunch of black boats, but there's not actually a good.
There's no T-copter. I mean, you can land where the bomber is.
Plus, I don't think it matters. We route you and we end the game, which I guess you didn't know that we were planning on drawing at the.
No, I was very confused. I was like, you guys can't get this close to each other. The person that finishes me off will just be able to completely wipe out the other person's army. But then I was like, well, maybe they have like a 6-step duel kind of thing, where it's like, okay, all of our units are gonna step away from each other, and then we'll fight. I didn't realize I was fighting a 1v3, like an actual 1v3. Not that I'm really fighting, because I'm dead in the water. Cannon shot me with 2 missiles.
Yeah, I hit by all the missiles. Hey, you gotta use one of the missiles.
I did. I hit
You ran your mind
X9 with it.
I thought that missile first. Yeah, so this is part of the reason why kind of invade, because like this choke point actually. I realized later that like giving you opportunity to my back tank from a city, I was on auto, just all the battle.
There's so many attackers. I even get to do some decent damage at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Mr. Cannon's so close. Poor Penguin Island.
Oh, fun fact: that port that I battleship blocked, the one on the western tip of Master Kanbei and Ghost Island, is the only property that was never captured. All. Oh, that's not true. Kanbei captured. Not.
I think I get to shoot your battleship with a mega tank, which is not something you get to see every day.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much damage it would do even without the city.
It does like 50 damage.
Yes.
Bam! That's a good thing to note. Mega tanks, they hit boats. Load 2 mega tanks into a rickety lander, what could go wrong? Exactly. Who finishes me off? I don't even. It looks like you do.
Yeah. Genesis couldn't do it without breaking my unit. And
Look at
probably
that.
also banning the turtle.
That's commitment to an FFA right there. That's a lot of battleships. I do appreciate the respect of, even in this situation, moving every single unit.
Yeah, I couldn't do this. I move what's important and we'll figure the rest out later.
I like the fancy fighter boost. The skies and the sea are completely covered with my foes.
Oh,
Surprisingly-
Jess actually brought up when you offered to let him capture the HQ because I don't think he was just checking to make sure that we weren't fighting afterwards. Yeah, so here I do a couple hits to get a power. I don't think it's even necessary.
You mainly do friendly fire.
Yeah, good job.
Oh, not the mega tank.
The game actually continues for a couple more turns because we were struggling to get the draw in.
What was happening?
The thing just wasn't working right.
And then the
What?
game ends in a draw. BeethovenMan, poor BeethovenMan.
I'm really
X9.
sad about all the time.
Oof. Oh. Arctic X9, my ally for a short time. Only units killed. My 2 penguins. Everything else is just damage. Arctic X9, how could
I
you?
also think he did more damage to you than he ever did to Genesis.
In your hit cannon Genesis 1.
Yeah, Genesis. At this point,
Genesis probably would have won.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. Look at all the colors of the units that Genesis attacked. Most notably, a lot of penguins. He killed 4 of my stealths. Are you the only one that killed my stealths?
Yeah.
Or Genesis injured my stealths. Mr. Cannon did a lot of fighting with Ghost. I'm sure Ghost got a lot of kills though.
Ghost put up a really good.
Yeah, Ghost did put up a great fight. Sadly, Genesis, who came in and just wiped out Ghost. Not so much fighting against there, but lots of fighting against Mr. Cannon, and some good fighting against Mr. Kanbei. But that was the FFA that we played on this map. I think for the next multiplayer game, it will be a live session that I'll set up.
Yeah. This was not well. The only issue with live sessions is that like it's the time format's tricky. So like last weekend we did an FFA with like a bunch of people on like an all land map, and then near the end, like I set up that game too, and I think the format was like 5 minutes initial and then 1 minute increment, and we were rushing to do our turns and some people like not really having enough time, and even then the game was still dragging on, and eventually we just drew because like people just didn't want to play anymore.
Yeah.
So
well, I would
tricky.
I wouldn't have it be this big.
Okay.
This would be too big.
Maybe like a 5 or 6 person FFA makes the most. I think what would be really cool is if we had like a map, something like Hidden Edge, where like there's like a lot of shoal boat movement, and then it's mostly land, but there's like limited like sea, mostly transport related shenanigans. Because then there's with like high funds, there's like a lot of blocking. There's like a lot of like battleship carrier, basically turrets, I guess you'd call them.
Mm.
I think that'd be cool. The only thing is, I'm still, for FFAs to like be fun, I think there needs to be mostly day-to-day, and there's not a ton of like COs with like super interesting day-to-day.
Yeah, FFAs are tricky.
Yeah. Something that we something that we found when we were playing the FFA during the Discord event was that it'd be really funny to have everyone be Rachel. And then if it's a live game, then the scops are falling down everywhere.
Yeah.
Like
I see that'd be fun.
Ways, and I actually purposely set up my unit to get hit by his super CO power because I was trying to annihilate both mine and the person I was fighting his army, so random ways could take my HQ.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, the HQ setups are pretty fun in FFA when you're trying to make it a more even game. Although in my case, I would have made it even more lopsided in Genesis' favor.
I think there's a lot of room right now for like good FFA maps because like cursory search to find like this is the best map I found, and we talked about like some of the glaring issues. I think there's like really cool maps here that people don't focus on because global maps are.
Yeah, the land FFAs tend to be better than the because when you go into the sea FFAs, you always run into these problems.
Yeah,
the locks and everything.
I gotta go back and try to code rewrite. I've been saying that I'm gonna do that and I haven't gotten to it. But if we did, we could try to do a rebalance patch. We could try to maybe make C units cheaper. There are lots of options. This wouldn't be the first thing. If I end up doing this, we're making a carbon copy of the AWB. And after that, because this is hard enough without having to talk about balance. Then after it's built, then we can talk.
Have you played Commander Wars? It has a lot of customizable stuff in it.
I've seen it. To be completely honest, like graphics matter a decent amount to me. The graphical, the look of Commander Wars always just turned me off. So I never play it. But so I've been on the website for like my account was opened in like mid 2009.
Oh
so
my goodness, you're old blood.
I was here the whole time, but I started playing when I was like very young, and then I left obviously for close to a decade and only January. But like basically I was looking for a way to play Advanced Wars with friends, and that's how I found AWBW. And I think Commander Wars, and there were some other things that were available to me. I couldn't get into them. They were like, yes, they were like real time animate. There's the graphics. I couldn't do it.
Okay.
And then I missed out on the war group shenanigans because I was in college and I didn't.
Yeah, war group's having some troubles. Definitely dying out. It's a shame. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I think it's a good spiritual successor for the game, but I think that like it needs like more support that we just can't get. You know?
Yeah. Are you looking forward to Reboot Camp?
Oh my. Okay, so I am so upset. I have a job now, so I have disposable income. Second Reboot Camp was announced, I started budgeting to buy a Switch and started like trolling Craigslist for like discounted Switches. And then in October of last year, I found one that was like, and this was like, pandemic was still kind of a thing. There were still shortages of like consoles. PS5s people were fighting over inside the lottery. But I managed to find a Switch, which usually costs about $300 in the States, but I managed to find one used for a little over $200. So I bought it. I bought a bunch of games that like people I'd heard about that I never got a chance. I have Wargroup on Steam. But I bought like Fire Emblem 3 Houses, I bought like Smash Ultimate, Mario Kart, Breath of the Wild, which is a bunch of other games. And then I was so waiting for like Reboot Camp to come out December 3rd. I'd scheduled like 2 days of PTO at my company so I could just like play through all of it. And then it got delayed. And I was like, damn it. And then the next year, like the war in Ukraine happened and it got delayed again. And it's been like over a year since I bought the Switch with the sole purpose of buying and playing Reboot Camp. And I've spent hundreds of dollars on Switch games and Switch, and Reboot Camp is still not out.
I know. I got a capture card so I could like record playing it, and then it never came.
I actually came back to AWBW because Reboot Camp got delayed. I didn't actually intend to come back to the website because I just wanted to play Reboot Camp. But after the disappointment of it getting delayed in December, I was like, I need my fix. All right, let's go see what AWBW looks like. And I came back and the website was fantastic. And yeah, I've stayed since.
Haha.
Because the reason why I left was that it used to be so every time you did a move, your browser would refresh. Which is why if you look through some of the old stuff, like getting a refreshless interface was a huge step for the website.
Yeah.
And why this is a big problem is that your browser has like a cache, which is like stores images so that you can you can load them faster. And the images for AWBW would basically like save a new image every time you did a move. And so it wouldn't be noticeable in a day. But when I was younger and I was playing, like over the course of like a few months, a few weeks to a few months, the cache just got enormous and it was like slowing down my browser considerably.
Oh my gosh.
And I was tiny. I didn't understand what caches were. I didn't understand fix this problem or what exactly was going wrong. And then I couldn't play it anymore. Like it was just taking too long, and so I quit. And then I just come back for a long time.
Yeah, it's before my time. I never played with refreshless. It was refreshless. Or I never played with the refresh. I've only ever played with refreshless. I'm new blood, although maybe not anymore. I've been here a year.
Yeah. Huge props to like Walker and then Solaria and everyone else who's like
Matsu.
Website. This is the like I'm not sure I can like stress how much of a miracle it is that like AW and how functional it is. This just doesn't happen unless like a company is paying for it, and this is completely run off of like volunteer. And
right. It's all community. Yeah.
I cannot like give the people who built and maintained both this website and the Discord enough credit for like all. And at the same time, like I really should try to join their numbers, but oh my god, I'm lazy and I'm like at the start of my career and trying to like have a life and like hold down my job and like get better at it. And so I don't have the like mental energy when I get home from like coding all day to spend more time coding on this.
Yeah. But you feel like you should volunteer? Because I know they accept volunteers to help with some coding. It's
complicated. I've had some talks with Matsu and Walker about it. It's a dicey situation. For viewers that want to, I've had a peek behind the curtain, and what I will say is that the most effective way you can contribute to the website right now is through third-party stuff. So this replay viewer that Damon Hunter made was basically coded from scratch, and it's really, really well made. And Saltor's extension is also really, really good. And these are where you can actually make significant improvements to the website. As far as changes to the website itself, that is tricky. It is hard enough that like the rewrite that I started that like people sometimes ask me about, but I haven't gotten back to. It's probably the way. Well, it is like kind of the way forward, but even if I'm successful, there's still like huge asks. The biggest problem is that as clunky and unwieldy as the website is, Matsu Stellaria feels comfortable working with it, and Matsu is an incredible engineer with like 20 years of like experience over me, who basically keeps this website alive.
Yeah.
And if I were to remake the website and we tried to switch over to this, it would involve me both being ready to and being willing to basically be a site admin to like handle things as they go down, and I am not ready for that. So yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah. I believe they're currently working on making it easier for people to make commitments and additions to the game.
Yeah.
It's their current big project.
They are. I know they're working on that. But let's temper our expectations because Matsu and Walker also have lives, and
yeah,
they're not paid for this.
Yeah, it's all volunteer.
They're not our like coding slaves to make improvements to the web. So fingers crossed. But we have what we have, and I think it works pretty damn well.
Yeah, I think so too. Should we call this this here, and I'll do one more replay, and I'll end the stream.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm probably gonna hop off the stream here, but it was
Yeah,
thanks for
don't let your house burn down.
yeah, that's what I'm going to go check.
Okay, have a good one. Okay, let's do one actual viewer submitted replay. And then I'll probably call it there. We have a new person that submitted here. They wanted some advice. Oh, see, this is... I found a replay in the archive that I found was pretty exciting. I'd like to know what went wrong in the opening that Lash got out to both towers in equal lead, and if it could be prevented. Okay. We're going to be looking at Lash's early game. Grimm versus Lash. Oh. The birdies are excited about that. New submitter Pog! The Gremlin, yeah. Oh, true. If it's an alt, it probably is going to have a pretty big advantage there. But they're already yellow comment. How handy is that? Face to the right, face to the left, perfect. Okay, let's look at what this opening is that we're talking about. Everyone going for their bases, so that makes sense. I have no idea what the rating is here. Grimm would be good if he has one movement cost with his day-to-day. You're saying Grimm would be good if he had perfect movement like Sturm? Oh, I gotta reskill the board, my bad. Grimm would be a lot better with perfect movement. I can't deny that. The birdies agree. 900 ELO each side. Okay. Grimm would be a monster. I agree. Isn't that like old Sturm was like that? With perfect movement but with Grimm stats? Anything that would give Grimm some more movement would help a lot. So far the openings look totally solid from both players. I'm not seeing any mistakes. Maybe you don't want to tank here. Not a huge deal. Tank here does test the city, which is nice. Grimm responds with an artillery. Lash just takes these captures. I'm not sure how Lash loses the airport here. Goes for a recon on this side. That's pretty... I'm not a huge fan of this because this is on the one base side, and so it's forcing the two base side to make a tank, which is something the two base side already wants to do. Ooh, look at that. That's a very fancy little setup. So the infantry's blocking, and then the artillery is... of course, covering. So here, as Lash, you can, of course, stop this. By just moving this infantry down to here. And then, you have a choice. Well, I think you have to build a tank. The recon over here, but yeah, this tank is not going to be uncontested over here and kind of forces... Now this one base side has to build a tank to stop this tank, probably. Which sucks. Or an artillery. Sure. So this is a very shaky position for the Gremlin. And 1 second, I need to... Otherwise, I'm just stuck in the silence. The Lash just backs up a tiny bit and then goes for the harbor. But yeah, over here, Grimm backs up a tiny bit and goes for the harbor. Over here, Lash is in a little bit of trouble because of this late recon buy on the one base side. Recons are, of course, kind of tricky to use in... Oh, my bad. There we go. Double music. It's gone. It's gone. You're saved. Recons are always kind of tricky to use in standard because, of course, they can't fight tanks. So you usually use them to force buys out of your opponent. The voices, they're quiet now. So I like this attack. I think this is good. Probably should be building. Okay, this battlecopter probably should be. A battlecopter here would make sense. Put more pressure over here, or you could build some more tanks if you wanted. The problem with building a battlecopter here is, again, it's on the one base versus two base side, and it's not immediately threatening anything. So Grimm's gonna have plenty of time to get an anti-air or whatever he'd like a copter from here, most likely. And then this tank should have moved just like one step over so it could threaten this artillery while also threatening these infantry. As is, it looks like Lash is still doing totally fine. To take out that infantry, is to go for the comm tower here. In fact, I think Lash can take the comm tower without Grimm having any say in the matter. Over here, Lash is in a little bit of a bind because this copter doesn't actually beat the Grimm copters because the Grimm copters are going to be copter chaining into this. The thing over the tie is so good. Yeah. Okay, now Lash goes for this copter. Makes sense. I'm not sure why Lash joined that. It's just going to get shot again. There's sadly enough stuff here to block for the artillery at this point. Grimm's getting really good use out of this lander to kind of consolidate stuff in a safer location. I am very dapper. Ooh. Interesting. So the Gremlin does not decide to go for kind of winning a copter. Well, not really winning, but coming out even in a copter chain battle. Just goes for the interrupt on the capture. Makes sense. Then builds a copter to counter this copter. Grimm probably has better odds using copters to fight copters than other COs, just because they hit so hard. But you're also going to want an anti-air probably. So here Lash gets both comm towers. Pretty good. Grimm didn't have to let this happen, but I think Grimm's feeling comfortable enough with having the two base side, I think, pressure on this area. They'll be able to take the comm tower back. But they definitely could have interrupted that if they wanted to. It looks like Lash's opening is totally fine. Maybe I'm misreading what this is asking. Oh, this is probably asking, why did Lash get both towers and eco against Grimm? And that would be because Lash has a much better day-to-day, but also because Grimm decided to let this go. For some reason, Grimm goes after this recon instead of hitting this artillery. It's a very nice little trap over here. Is there no way to free it? Yeah, it looks like that copter is just trapped. So Grimm's got some tricky moves. Yeah, definitely should have hit the artillery rather than the recon, I think. Yeah, Lash. Oh my gosh. This is a plus 60% attack bonus Lash infantry. Reimer would be proud. So at this point, the only thing that Lash is really missing is a way to deal with these copters. So here we go, we get copter and anti-air. It's going to be a little slow, of course. This will go down, this will go down. And very, very nice setup over here for Grimm is that Grimm can kill this copter and use the lander to block. I imagine is what we're about to see. Get the knuckle duster. This probably shouldn't have gone after this 1 health tank. Oh, never mind. This infantry can come over and finish the copter. I thought this copter was going to live. It's not. It's very nice. And then we have this really good block. Take out this copter. Oh, it actually lived. Wow. So the problem that hit Lash here is overextending into this airport without any anti-air supporting it, and then kind of overextending over here too. But this is why Grimm was probably feeling comfortable with letting this comm tower go. So at this point, Lash does have an income advantage and a comm tower advantage, but overextending with those vehicles has hurt a lot. Way down in unit value. Is able to pick up a few of these infantry kills to catch back up in unit count. But like this attack over here is definitely not worth it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this copter is moving over to hit this this tank, but it's putting itself in range of the Grimm copter. So it's kind of trading a copter for 5 health on a tank. Which is, of course, not a great trade. And these attacks, a 5 health tank is a little bit iffy to attack with your infantry. Usually it's around a 3 health tank on a city is something you can try and go for. Still gets favorable value trades, so it's not that bad for Lash. Losing the copter is really bad. You can see how much getting this income advantage in the comm towers has ended up costing Lash with the overextensions. At the end of Lash's turn, behind 13,000 in value, that's really, really bad. Yeah, pop. And I can free this tank if Grimm wants to. Grimm does. Ah. It's very cute. Defending, making sure to keep the infantry alive. Being very careful to not really overextend except with really weak units. So you'll note that Grimm is doing a really good job with the walling, using this the more having the advantage in unit count. Even if they're really weak units, they can just get in the way. So now this copter can't really attack anything, because otherwise it's going to die to a copter for its troubles. Woof. That's a very aggressive Lash super. But yeah, you get a lot of defense standing on that. That's something you can definitely go for. Again, this is not going to be a favorable trade. Goes in, does 9 damage to an infantry, but that's going to cost the copter its life to get that damage. Ooh, wow. And then Reimer goes, or not Reimer, Lash goes straight into a fighter here. That is definitely an answer to these copters that Grimm will have to respect in some shape or form. However, a Grimm anti-air is a huge threat to the fighter, so it's kind of going to be, it's not enough to stop the copters in it all by itself. Otherwise, you just get an anti-air, and then as long as the anti-air follows around the copters, this fighter can't really do anything. All Lash players are Reimer to go. It's true. It's true. So, like, these copters, they still get to fight even though they're just within range of this fighter, and that's because Grimm would love to trade copter for fighter. No attack on the anti-air. It was probably not a great trade, considering it's Lash super. But now it's trapped in there. And it's not going to have the Lash super next turn, so... Gets to finish off a tank, though. We dive in forward. We'll see what these infantry do that follow up. Okay. So this was a trade of a 5 health infantry for a 3 health infantry, which isn't great. And here, of course, these copters can kind of do whatever they want. They have anti-air support. I don't know if Grimm had... It doesn't look like Grimm had any super key ways of stopping that capture, but it's not a huge deal. Grimm can clear it and then just start capturing it. So this is why having an income advantage isn't going to like immediately win you the game. It needs a lot of turns to build up, because if you're down like 20,000 at the end of your turn, even being up 5,000 per turn is not going to be enough. And this AA is now locking this airport. The amount of stuff that Lash is losing every turn is far greater than the income that Lash is gaining. I think Grimm makes a mistake here. There's no real reason to let this anti-air hit here. I guess it's fine. There's the tank covering it. It's still a mistake, because this hit is going to be pretty decent, and then the fighter can come in and kill the copter. That's a Grimm anti-air. And even with just one comm tower, this will hit it down to like 4 or 3. Yeah. And now the fighter can come in. And now Grimm is kind of overextending a bit. Although not as much, not nearly as much as Lash is. Of course, Grimm does need to actually capture some cities. But with the amount of unit count advantage and unit value advantage that Grimm has, it should come. The cities should start coming relatively easily, because the opponent just won't be able to stop any of the captures. Yeah, and that's starting to happen now. These are unstoppable. It's an amazing hit. Oh, it's Grimm super 4 health. He takes 9 HP off of this copter, and then we have another really nice block. The fighter can get out, but it can't reach this copter. So basically, if Lash wanted to really utilize the double comm tower and the income advantage that they were getting, they would have had to have fallen back a lot more. At this point, they're so far behind in unit value and unit count that it's almost like they're a Sami that did a victory march. And everything just overextended for those captures and then died, and then captures. The fighter's gonna get hit pretty hard for that. And then Lash resigns, yeah. So that's what happened there. Lash kind of did a pretty good job of getting these comm towers. Some pretty nice lockdowns. Grimm didn't have to let this happen, but was comfortable doing so. And it kind of fell back. And the Lash chased. And they got surrounded. And then the copters just did some serious work. And Grimm did really nice walls, really nice blocking, and just punishing the overextensions. And when you're overextending that much and having your stuff getting trapped and killed off, you're losing far more value than you're making in your small increase of even like 3k more income. The Gremlin was a formidable foe. Never underestimate it. We'll end the stream there. I hope everyone had fun. That was a really long FFA, but that's just how the FFAs go. I think Grimm is funny in tier 3 because Adder would have killed him. See you next time.